Chapter 2136. 500 million years. Yi Xian almost fainted when he heard Arya's words. Tianming looked at Arya without saying a word. Arya hesitated and said, It's not good to fight and kill. Tianming, don't be so hot-tempered. Look at me, I've changed a lot. Little White looked at Arya and blinked its eyes. Tianming looked at Arya and opened her palm. The two broken horns that were floating not far behind Arya suddenly flew into her hand. Tianming directly stabbed the two broken horns into the top of the pagoda. Boom! Xiaota trembled violently, and a terrifying force swept out from his body. Xiaota with horns. Tianming opened her palm, and Xiaota returned to Yi Xian. Tianming looked at Yi Xian and said softly, Brother, I'm going to settle some things. Have fun. If one day, you don't want to work hard anymore, tell me and I'll protect you for life. Yi Xian was speechless. Tianming took one last look at Yi Xian before turning around. At this moment Yi Xian hurriedly said, Qing-er, why don't you not hit Arya next time? He felt that it was necessary to plead for Arya. Otherwise Arya would be too miserable. Tianming nodded. All right. Then, the image suddenly disappeared. The moment the image disappeared, Yi Xian noticed that Qing-er suddenly dashed into the distance. She seemed to be in a hurry. Yi Xian frowned. Did Qing-er encounter something? Xiaota suddenly said excitedly, Young master, I'm awesome. Yi Xian was speechless. Dong Linen walked to Yi Xian's side and looked at the little demon lying on the ground. What should we do with her? Yi Xian glanced at the little demon, whose face was filled with bewilderment. Kill all the monsters in the demon realm under her. Kill. As soon as she finished speaking, Dong Linen waved her right hand lightly, and the 16 god slayers behind her charged forward. In the next moment, numerous shrill and miserable cries resounded. At this time, the little demon suddenly sat up. She looked at Yi Xian and said angrily, You. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword flew out. In the next moment, the Qingxian sword sank into the little demon's glabella. Boom! Xiao Yao's body shook violently, and his soul quickly dissipated. Yi Xian stared at the little demon and said, I wanted to spare your life for the sake of Arya. But now it seems that you still don't see the facts clearly. In this case, you can accompany your evil beasts. His voice fell. Boom! The azure profound sword had completely absorbed the little demon's soul. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew across the field, crazily absorbing the souls of the demonic beasts. The souls of these demonic beasts were great nourishment. It would be a waste not to absorb them. It didn't take long for the souls of all the demon beasts present to be completely absorbed, and all the demonic beasts of the demon sect were slaughtered. At the side, Nan Yu and the other experts of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion fell silent. The powerful demon sect was destroyed just like that. They had to admit that at this moment, there was no strongest in this world, only stronger. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion must learn from this. At this moment, Dong Linen suddenly looked at Nan Yu. You're from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Nan Yu smiled, yes. Dong Linen nodded. From today onwards, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion is an ally of the Xian world. As long as the Yang family exists, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion will never perish. The Yang family. Nan Yu blinked. The Yang family. At the side, Xiaota suddenly said, Beautiful sister, hurry up and thank Madam. Do you know that with Madam's words, no one will ever dare to bully the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Nan Yu hesitated, and then bowed slightly. Thank you. Actually, she had some doubts in her heart. The Yang family? She really hadn't heard of it. Dong Linen nodded slightly, and then she looked at Yi Xian. Are you going back to the Xian world with them? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I'm going back to Pine Prefecture. He hadn't returned to Pine Prefecture for a long time, and it was time to go back and take a look. Dong Linen thought for a moment, and then she nodded. All right. As she spoke, she turned to look at the white-robed woman, Yang Yan, who lowered her head slightly and remained silent. Dong Linen's gaze gradually turned cold, and then she said, All of you go back. Go back. The 4 gods bowed slightly, and then they turned around and left. The 16 god slaughterers left as well. Yang Yan glanced at Dong Linen, and then he turned around and left. Dong Linen gazed at Yi Xian, and then she said softly, "Live well. Mother will always be your support." As she spoke, her body gradually became illusory. Yi Xian smiled. "Wait for me to come find you." Donlin Nan smiled and said, "All right." As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a strand of white light entered the center of Yi Xian's brows before vanishing completely. Yi Xian was silent. That strand of white light was the location of the mystic world. At this moment, South Envoy walked to Yi Xian's side, and she smiled. "Young Master Yi, we also have to go." Yi Xian looked at South Envoy. "Miss South Envoy, many thanks." South Envoy blinked. "When the time comes, we will go to the mystic world to find you." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a strand of white light entered the center of South Envoy's brows. South Envoy smiled. "Young Master Yi, we will meet again in the mystic world." With that, she was about to leave with the experts of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss South Envoy." South Envoy turned to look at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled. "The demon sect has been destroyed, and the entire demon sect's wealth belongs to Immortal Treasure Pavilion." South Envoy was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Xian to do this. She actually wanted to order some before, but she was too embarrassed to ask. South Envoy thought for a moment, and then said, "Let's split it in half." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Great." South Envoy immediately said, "Quickly go collect it." As soon as she finished speaking, the experts of Immortal Treasure Pavilion behind her immediately went to collect the wealth of the demon beasts. South Envoy looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, you are so generous." Yi Xian shook his head. "Immortal Treasure Pavilion sacrificed too much for me this time, and this is what you deserve. Also, Miss South Envoy, remember to come to the mystic world to find me." South Envoy laughed. Definitely, she definitely wanted to find Yi Xian. The mystic world was definitely not a small place. And if Immortal Treasure Pavilion could develop to this place, wouldn't it be great? At this moment, the Immortal Envoy walked to South Envoy's side, and she handed a spatial ring to South Envoy. South Envoy pointed with her finger, and the spatial ring flew to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, keep it well. We will meet again in the future." With that, she turned around and left with the experts of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian stayed where he was. After a moment of silence, he put away the storage ring in front of him, and turned around to leave. On the other side, somewhere in the starry sky, Yang Yin stopped, and in front of her were the 16 god slayers. Yang Yin smiled. "Come do it." At this moment, the leader of the god slayers said in a hoarse voice, "Master asked me to ask you, did you instruct Xiaoxi to assassinate the young master?" Yang Yin shook her head. After a moment of silence, the leader of the god slayers turned around and left with the 15 people around him. Yang Yin frowned. "Not killing me?" In the distance, the leader of the god slayers said, "Master said not to kill you, but from now on, you have nothing to do with her, and you can never return to the mystic world. Also, Master said for the sake of our past relationship, I will give you one last piece of advice. Never play tricks." With that, he led the remaining 15 people and disappeared into the horizon. After a long silence, Yang Yin turned around and left. On the other side, Yi Xian did not return to Qingzhou. Instead, he found a place to sit down. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, the green profound sword had a breakthrough. Previously, the green profound sword had absorbed the souls of all the experts in the demon sect, including the little demon's soul. Yi Xian took a closer look at the green profound sword, and he realized that the green profound sword had undergone a qualitative change. There was a mysterious power flowing on the green profound sword's blade, the power of demonic beasts. This was obtained after the green profound sword absorbed those demonic beasts. Yi Xian suddenly picked up the green profound sword and waved it lightly. This wave caused the surrounding time and space to tremble, and then be destroyed instantly. 1/ to kill. At this moment, the speed at which time flowed was more than 10 times faster than before. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. To him, this battle was not a disaster. Based on his current ability, Killing a sixth-stage realm expert was a piece of cake. Yi Xian kept the green profound sword, and then opened his palm. Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. Looking at Xiao Ta in his hand, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Xiao Ta, what did Qing change for you? Xiao Ta went silent for a moment, and then said, I don't know. Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. You don't know? How could you not know? Xiao Ta was slightly helpless. I really don't know. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, the horn on the top of your head. Is it Arius? Xiao Ta said, yes. Yi Xian said, can I try? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, and then said, how? Yi Xian suddenly slashed at the horn. Boom! Xiao Ta shook violently, whereas Yi Xian himself was directly thrown several thousand feet away. He had just stopped when his arm directly split open, and fresh blood splattered. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was directly stunned. So hard. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta in disbelief. What the Xiao Ta, your horn is a little fierce. Xiao Ta laughed heartily. I know which part of me has become stronger. Yi Xian asked, where? Xiao Ta said, I've become harder. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued, young master, I discovered that Sister Tianming had remolded my pagoda body, and now I'm very hard. Even little soul will find it hard to hurt me. And this pair of horns is Aria's horn, and its power is boundless. If we were to fight, who would be able to take a knock from me? Yi Xian remained silent. Needless to say, he was a little afraid of this knock from Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta said again, young master, in the future let me fight. Let me fight. I, Xiao Ta, will finally be invincible. Ha! Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, do you want to keep a low profile? Xiao Ta laughed, low profile? That's absolutely impossible. Young master, let me tell you, I, Xiao Ta, was born too late. If I was born earlier, there would be no three swords in this world. If God didn't give birth to me, Xiao Ta, the eternal swordsmanship would be like a long night. Yi Xian. Starting to save manuscripts. Chapter 2137. When he heard Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian immediately felt that it was over. This Xiao Ta was really arrogant. Arrogant to the point that he almost couldn't recognize himself. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Xiao Ta, calm down. Xiao Ta laughed heartily. I can't calm down. Young master, let's go and stir up trouble. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Yi Xian. Xiao Han suddenly said. Master, Xiao Ta is arrogant. Yi Xian nodded. I can see that. Xiao Han said again. What should we do? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Xiao Ta, do you want to fight daddy? In the sky, Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, then said, that's not a good idea, right? Yi Xian said seriously, with your current strength, you are invincible below the three swords. If you don't fight the three swords, who should you fight? Xiao Ta was still slightly hesitant. Yi Xian continued, Godfather, I support you. Xiao Ta thought for a moment, then shook his head. I won't. Yi Xian said indifferently. Aren't you invincible? Xiao Ta said seriously. That's master we are talking about. No matter how invincible I, Xiao Ta, am, I won't do something like killing my master. I am a Ta with morals. Yi Xian curled his lips. Just say that you don't dare. With that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. Xiao Ta. Not long after, Yi Xian returned to Azure Province. Yi Xian did not look for Tuoba Yen, but went to Conglan Academy first. The current Conglan Academy was already the strongest faction in the entire Azure world. Every year, countless monstrous geniuses would come to Conglan Academy, hoping to join and become a member of Conglan Academy. Wanting to join Conglan Academy wasn't an easy task, because Conglan Academy's admission requirements were getting harsher and harsher every year. Not only that, Conglan Academy had an elimination system. Every year, there would be an assessment, and the last few students would be eliminated. Not being able to enter the academy wasn't shameful, but being eliminated by the Azure Billow Academy was too shameful. Therefore, after entering the academy, these evildoers and geniuses would work even harder. At the foot of Conglan Academy's mountain stood a huge statue. This statue had the appearance of Yi Xian. For Conglan Academy to have its current scale, It naturally couldn't do without Yi Xian's help. Even though Yi Xian wasn't in Qing province. But if it wasn't for him providing some cultivation resources and cultivation methods, and profound skills from time to time, Songlan Academy wouldn't have been able to develop to its current state. Among the students of Songlan Academy, Yi Xian was a godlike existence. On this day, Yi Xian arrived at the foot of Songlan Academy's mountain. Looking at the Songlan Academy in front of him, Yi Xian smiled. The feeling of home. He felt an indescribable sense of closeness to this place. Shaoan Shaoqi Mo Yunqi Bai Zai. Yi Xian grinned, and was about to head over when a voice resounded from the side. What the fuck? It's Nan Litian. Nan Litian. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned around in unison. A woman was walking over slowly, while being supported by over a dozen old men. The woman wore a tight violet robe that was extremely slim-fitting. Of course, her figure was extremely good as well. She was curvy and sexy, especially her long hair. It reached her waist, and it was so smooth that others couldn't help but want to touch it. Her features were very exquisite as well, especially her eyes. They were large and round, but they were slightly icy cold, and they made others feel as if they were 1,000 miles away from her. Besides that, she was holding a sheathed sword in her left hand. Nan Litian. A wave of exclamations resounded in the surroundings when they saw the woman, and then an uproar ensued. The most famous and monstrous prodigy in the Azure Prefecture was none other than Nan Litian. Nan Litian was reputed to be the most monstrous swordsman prodigy since Yi Xian. Coupled with her beauty, Nan Litian was the dream lover of countless men in the Azure Prefecture. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes as he sized up Nan Litian. This woman was extraordinary indeed. Meanwhile, some students appeared in the sky above Songlan Academy as well. As soon as they appeared, their gazes descended onto Nan Litian, and some of them even had undisguised admiration in their eyes. Meanwhile, someone asked, "Is Nan Litian going to join Songlan Academy?" She definitely is. She's the most monstrous prodigy in the Azure Prefecture right now, and only Songlan Academy can afford to raise her. Nan Litian slowly walked over to a stone platform, while being supported by the crowd. Meanwhile, the elder who was in charge of the assessment on the stone platform hurriedly stood up. He didn't dare to be careless in front of Nan Litian. Nan Litian looked at the old man and asked, "How are we going to take the test?" The old man quickly replied, "Our superiors have already informed us that Miss Nan doesn't have to take the test. She'll become a core disciple straight away." Become a core disciple straight away. Nan Litian's expression was calm. "Let's take the test." The old man smiled bitterly. "Miss Nan, your strength is obvious to all. There's no need for the test." Nan Litian didn't say anything else. She turned around and walked over to the statue of Yi Xian. She raised her head and looked at Yi Xian. A moment later, she opened her palm, and a sword appeared in it. "I swear on my sword that I'll surpass you in 3 years. 3 years. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar arose in the surroundings. Yi Xian. Who was Yi Xian? He was the dean of Songlan Academy, and he was known as the most monstrous prodigy in the history of the firmament world. His legend was spread all over the firmament world. It could be said that Yi Xian was like a god in the firmament world. No matter how many geniuses there were before Yi Xian, all of them had been forgotten by the world. After Yi Xian, no one dared to say that they could compare to Yi Xian as well. But now, Nan Litian actually said that she would surpass Yi Xian in 3 years. Arrogant. Needless to say, it was extremely arrogant. Meanwhile, Nan Litian glanced at the crowd with disdain. "All of you laugh at my arrogance, but I laugh at your incompetence." As she spoke, she turned around to look at the statue of Yi Xian. "I know you can hear me. Do you dare to come out and fight me? Come out and fight me." An uproar resounded in the surroundings. She's directly challenging Yi Xian? That's amazing. For a time, countless students of Songlan Academy ran out. Someone actually dared to challenge Yi Xian. Some of the students of Songlan Academy frowned slightly, because Nan Litian's actions were truly disrespectful to Songlan Academy. After all, Yi Xian was the dean of Songlan Academy. So, Nan Litian wasn't just looking down on Yi Xian. She was looking down on Songlan Academy as well. Moreover, based on Nan Litian's actions, it didn't seem like she'd come to join Songlan Academy at all. She seemed like she'd come to cause trouble. Meanwhile, an elder of Songlan Academy spoke in a low voice. Miss Nan, looks like you're not here to join my academy today. Nan Litian gazed at the elder with an arrogant expression. I intend to join Songlan Academy, but what right does Songlan have to let me join? The elder's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm untalented, so I'd like to seek some guidance from you. Nan Litian suddenly drew her sword and slashed. A strand of sword energy tore through the air. Nan Litian's pupils constricted, and then he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. The space around him warped as soon as his fist was swung forward. Bang! Everyone watched as the old man was blasted over 100 m away. As soon as he stopped moving, his arm fell to the ground while blood surged out. It was an extremely bloody sight. The Supreme Realm. Someone suddenly cried out in surprise. The Supreme Realm. Everyone here was petrified on the spot when they heard this. The old man whose arm Nan Litian had severed spoke with a trembling voice. You've actually attained the Supreme Realm. After all, the strongest cultivator in the sky dimension was merely at the Origin Realm. And there were only 4 of them. They were the 4 instructors of the academy, the 9th princess, Baizhe, Mo Yunqi and Jianji. Nan Litian had actually attained the Supreme Realm above the Origin Realm. How terrifying! Yi Xian asked in his heart. Xiao Ta, what's the Supreme Realm? Xiao Ta fell silent for a short while before he said, Young master, don't make things difficult for me. Who the fuck can remember these realms of cultivation? Yi Xian was speechless. After a short moment, Yi Xian turned around to look at a man who had a shocked expression on his face, and then he said, Brother, what is the Supreme Realm? The man glanced at Yi Xian and said, You don't even know what the Supreme Realm is? Yi Xian nodded. The man spoke solemnly. The Supreme Realm is a realm of legend, and it's currently the highest known realm of cultivation in our sky dimension. He hesitated for a moment when he spoke up to this point. Do you know the dean of our Blue Sea Academy, Yi Xian? Yi Xian blinked. I do. According to rumor, he's an unparalleled genius with unprecedented talent. He's said to be the #1 genius in history, and all other geniuses dim in comparison before him. He's someone I worship. The man hesitated for a moment before he said, Brother, Dean Yi is formidable indeed, but you are too exaggerated. Too exaggerated. Yi Xian was speechless. The man continued, I heard that Dean Yi is only at the Supreme Realm as well. Yi Xian blinked. Who did you hear that from? The man replied, That's what everyone says. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the man continued, I also heard that Dean Yi seems to be very shameless. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Who did you hear that from? The man looked at Yi Xian. Everyone knows. Dean Yi is very shameless. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the man sized up Yi Xian, and then he said with a smile, Brother, you look quite familiar. Have we met before? Yi Xian spoke indifferently. Take a closer look. The man sized up Yi Xian again, and it didn't take long for him to frown. You do look familiar. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at the statue in the distance, and then at himself. The man glanced at the statue in the distance, and then looked at Yi Xian. The next moment he was shocked. F***ck. Brother, you look so similar to Dean Yi. As he spoke, he walked in front of Yi Xian, and then he pinched Yi Xian's face hard, and then he praised. You look so similar. If I were you, I'd pretend to be Dean Yi and pick up girls. I'd definitely change one every day, haha. At this point, he secretly looked around, and then whispered, I heard that Dean Yi is very dissolute, and he seems to have hundreds of women. But for some reason, he just doesn't have a son. It seems that Dean Yi has a hidden disease, which is infertility. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2138. Yi Xian gazed at the man and asked in a serious tone, Who told you that? The man blinked. Everyone knows. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, how can we tolerate this? Yi Xian was about to speak when Nan Litian suddenly turned around and pointed his sword at Yi Xian's statue. I know you can hear me. Come out and fight me. Come out and fight me. Everyone gazed at Nan Litian. All the students of Tsonglan Academy were furious. All of them were hot-blooded people. So how could they allow someone to provoke Tsonglan Academy? Someone immediately stepped forward to fight Nan Litian. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded. Instructor Mo. Instructor Mo. Everyone turned around and looked towards the center of the mountain, and a man was walking down slowly from there. He was one of the great instructors of Tsonglan Academy, Imo Yunchi. All the students of Tsonglan Academy bowed when they saw Imo Yunchi. Nan Litian gazed at Imo Yunchi with an arrogant expression. However, Imo Yunchi paid no attention to her at all. He walked directly over to Yi Xian, gazed at Yi Xian and grinned. When did you return? Yi Xian smiled. I just arrived. Imo Yunchi sized up Yi Xian, and then he shook his head. Isn't the gap between us growing larger and larger? Yi Xian clenched his fist and patted Imo Yunchi's chest, and then he smiled. In terms of looks, the gap between us really is growing larger and larger. Both of them exchanged glances, and then they shook their heads and roared with laughter. Meanwhile, the man by Yi Xian's side suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. Bro, Yi, you wouldn't be Dean Yi, right? Yi Xian glanced at the man and smiled. You guessed it right. The man's face froze. And then he fell to the ground, while only a single thought remained in his mind. I'm finished. Yi Xian. The surroundings suddenly seethed with excitement. Yi Xian has returned. The legendary figure had actually returned? On Mount Azure Billow, countless students rushed out, almost turning out in full force. Some elders and mentors who were in seclusion also rushed out. Not only that, the news of Yi Xian's appearance also rapidly spread throughout the entire Azure province. For a moment, countless people rushed towards Azure Billow Academy. Although Yi Xian was the dean of the Kanglan Academy, the people of Qingzhou also respected him very much because he had once saved Qingzhou. Not only that, but he had also greatly improved the martial arts civilization of Qingzhou. It could be said that Yi Xian's prestige in the entire Qingzhou was extremely high. At the foot of Mount Azure Billow, countless people looked at Yi Xian with excitement and admiration. Imo Yunchi glanced at Nan Litian. They're here for you. Why don't you deal with them? Yi Xian looked at Nan Litian, and Nan Litian looked back at him. Yi Xian said with a smile, Miss Nan, didn't you want to exchange pointers with me? Come on. Nan Litian stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Dean Yi, please enlighten me. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a sword suddenly appeared in it. A moment later she roared furiously. Myriad swords converge. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in her hand shot into the sky, and then numerous sword howls resounded incessantly in the surroundings. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Is she going to summon the swords of all the swordsmen in Qingzhou? Interesting. Suddenly, Nan Litian opened her palm, and a sword chest appeared in her grasp. In the next moment, over 10,000 swords suddenly flew out from within it. Yi Xian fell silent when he witnessed this scene. Prepare your own sword. Nan Litian pointed at Yi Xian with fury. Yi Xian, witness my strongest sword technique. As soon as she finished speaking, she formed a seal with both hands, and chanted an incantation. It didn't take long for the swords to tremble, and then they shot towards Yi Xian in unison. It was quite a shocking sight. Yi Xian grinned, and the swords stopped moving when they were around 30 m away from him. When they were about 100 feet away from him, all the swords suddenly stopped in unison. In the next moment, all the swords fell to the ground and trembled slightly. They were terrified. The swords were terrified. Nan Litian's eyes were filled with disbelief. How? How could this be possible? Yi Xian opened his palm. Swords. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire prefecture trembled violently. After that, all the swords in Qingzhou shot into the sky and shot through space to arrive in the sky above Tsonglan Academy. In an instant, over 1 million swords had gathered in the sky above Tsonglan Academy. This included the 10,000 swords that Nan Litian had brought with her. Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, again. As soon as he finished speaking, the distant starry sky suddenly trembled, and then countless swords streaked through the starry sky and entered the firmament world. In the end, they arrived above Tsonglan Academy. There were at least millions of swords above them. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Nan Litian looked at Yi Xian, as if he was looking at a monster. You. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Nan, do you want to learn this sword technique? Nan Litian was stunned, and then she said angrily, Are you trying to humiliate me? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You're overthinking it. As he spoke, he waved his right hand lightly, and all the swords vanished. Yi Xian looked at Mo Yunqi. Let's go. Let's go meet Elder Ji. Elder Ji. Mo Yunqi's expression turned serious, and then he nodded. All right. The two of them left. Meanwhile, Nan Litian's voice trembled. I'm willing to learn from you. Yi Xian stopped and glanced at Nan Litian. He didn't say anything, and then he turned around and left with Mo Yunqi. Nan Litian's face was pale. Songlan Academy's back mountain. Yi Xian arrived in front of Elder Ji's grave, and he knelt down without any hesitation. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Yi Xian knelt down just like that. From the side, two people walked over slowly. It was Jianji and Bai Zai. The two of them walked to the side and remained silent. At this moment, Yi Xian stood up slowly, and he turned to Mo Yunqi and the other two with a smile. It's been many years. As he spoke, he looked at Mo Yunqi with a complicated expression. The current Mo Yunqi was no longer as frivolous as he used to be. He had become more mature. Bai Zai was still as quiet as before. Jianji was still a foodie, and he was still holding a chicken drumstick in his hand. Mo Yunqi suddenly smiled. Come, let's get together. You cook. Yi Xian laughed. All right. The group arrived at the Songlan Academy's kitchen. The kitchen was still the same as before. Looking at the big table and chairs in the kitchen, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, and a sense of familiarity surfaced in his heart. Yi Xian put away the green profound sword and began to cook. Mo Yunqi and the other two helped. Mo Yunqi suddenly said, Bandit Yi, tell us about your experience. Bai Zai suddenly nodded, expressing his agreement. Jianji also looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian laughed. Actually, there's nothing much to say. However, since you want to hear it, I'll tell you about my undefeatable experience. Speaking of which, after leaving the fifth dimension, I was undefeatable. In order to find a stronger opponent, Yi Xian bragged as he cooked, and the more he bragged, the more excited he became. Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi and the others listened with great interest. The outside universe. In fact, they also yearned for it. However, they also knew their own strength. With their current strength, it would be very dangerous to go out and explore. After a long time, Yi Xian cooked a table of dishes, and the four sat around the table. Mo Yunqi looked at Yi Xian. What are your plans next? Yi Xian said, To inherit the family property that my mother left me. Mo Yunqi's expression froze. Yi Xian said again, It's almost a universe. Mo Yunqi threw down his chopsticks. I'm not eating anymore. Bai Zai hesitated and then said, Can you leave a small world for me? Qingzhou is only this big. Yi Xian looked at Bai Zai somewhat curious. What do you want to do here? Bai Zai said, Herd sheep. Yi Xian's expression froze. Mo Yunqi shook his head and smiled. He herds sheep every day. He has tens of thousands of sheep under him. Yi Xian smiled. Bai Zai, why are you interested in herding sheep? Bai Zai ate a few mouthfuls of rice, and then said, Yes. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. All right, I'll leave it for you. With that, he turned to look at Jianji. And Ji, what about you? Jianji was silent for a moment, and then said, You once said that this is your home, and you will return here in the end, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Jianji looked at Yi Xian. Then I'll wait for you here. Yi Xian was silent for a long time, and then he said, All right. Jianji was slightly stunned, and then he picked up a chicken drumstick and started eating. All right. This was a promise. Yi Xian glanced at the three of them, and then he said, Songlan Academy and the firmament world have changed greatly since I returned this time. With the current strength of the firmament world, it will come into contact with the outside world sooner or later. So all of you must improve your strength. Even though we don't have the intention to dominate the universe, we must have the strength not to be dominated. Mo Yunqi nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Do you have anything good? Yi Xian nodded. and then he took out a spatial ring and placed it on the table. There are star veins in this spatial ring, and it's very precious. Don't expose too much of it, lest you cause unnecessary trouble. Mo Yunqi took the spatial ring bluntly, and then he said, "Anything else?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Not at the moment." Mo Yunqi nodded. "Dry rice." As he spoke, the three of them immediately started eating. Yi Xian laughed, and just as he was about to eat, a lady suddenly appeared outside the kitchen, and it was Nan Litian. Nan Litian looked at Yi Xian, and then he slowly knelt down. "Take me as your disciple." Yi Xian looked at Nan Litian, and then he asked, "Why should I take you as my disciple?" Nan Litian stared at Yi Xian. "I won't disgrace you." Nan Litian stared at Yi Xian. "I won't disgrace you." Nan Litian fell silent. Not long after, Yi Xian and the other three finished the dishes on the table. Mo Yunqi wiped the rice from the corner of his mouth, and then he smiled. "It still tastes the same. I still have some things to take care of." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and left. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, and then he turned to look at Bai Zai, and then he gave him a look. "Aren't you going to herd the sheep?" Obviously, he wanted to give Yi Xian and Jianji a chance to be alone. Bai Zai glanced at Mo Yunqi. "It's night time. Why herd the sheep? You idiot." Mo Yunqi stared at Bai Zai. "Go herd the sheep." Bai Zai suddenly slammed the table. "Mo Yunqi, are you purposely looking for trouble today?" Mo Yunqi's expression was extremely ugly. "You deserve to be single. You're going to be single for the rest of your life. You idiot." Hearing this, Bai Zai was stunned at first, and then he looked at Yi Xian and Jianji, and then he said, Am I bothering you?" Yi Xian. "P.S. Ever since I stopped updating, I haven't even gotten a single ticket. As expected, the world of adults is difficult, but it is also realistic." Chapter 2139. In the end, Bai Zai was taken away by Mo Yunqi. Only Yi Xian and Jianji were left in the kitchen. Yi Xian looked at Jianji and smiled. At this moment, he recalled the first time he met Jianji. At that time, Jianji was completely naked. Of course Yi Xian was a gentleman. He wouldn't look at what he shouldn't see. Of course, he would look at what he should see. Jianji glanced at Yi Xian. "What are you thinking about?" Yi Xian collected his thoughts and smiled. "Nothing." As he said that, he walked in front of Jianji and opened his palm. A saber appeared in his hand. This saber was more than 3 feet long. The body of the saber was dark blue, but the blade was as red as blood. It made people shudder. The handle of the saber was light, and there were 2 words engraved on both sides: Yi and Un. Seeing this saber, Jianji was stunned. Yi Xian said with a smile, "I made it especially for you. This saber was forged from the power of countless stars. When you swing the saber, it will be enhanced by the power of the stars. Apart from that, this saber can be used for both offense and defense. When you swing the saber, you can use the protection of love of the stars." Jianji looked at Yi Xian. "Protection of love?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "That's my protection." Jianji. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "To a young master, you're so shameless." Yi Xian. Jianji reached out to hold the handle of the saber. It was cold and smooth to the touch. Looking at the saber in his hand, the corners of Jianji's mouth curled up slightly, especially when she saw the 2 words engraved on the handle. He could tell that she liked it very much. Yi Xian took out another storage ring and handed it to Jianji. "Anji, this is a small gift from me to you." Jianji looked at Yi Xian. "What is it?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "Look." Jianji glanced at the storage ring. The next moment she was stunned. The entire storage ring was filled with black scrolls, and there were tens of thousands of them. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that these scrolls contained mental cultivation methods and saber skills of the saber Dao. There were even some divine skills related to the saber. "I know you like sabers, so I traveled all over the world to find valuable saber mantras and saber skills for you," Yi Xian said softly. Then she walked to Jianji and smiled. "Do you like it?" Jianji lowered her head and nodded after a long time. Yi Xian suddenly grabbed Jianji's hand. He looked at the calluses between Jianji's thumb and index finger, and felt a little sorry for her. He said softly, "Don't work so hard. If you really can't do it, I'll protect you forever." Jianji trembled slightly. She lifted her head to look at Yi Xian. A moment later, she suddenly leaned into Yi Xian's arms. Meanwhile, Small Pagoda suddenly said, "Young master, didn't big sister Tianming say those words to you just now?" Yi Xian, it's none of your business. Xiaota. Jianji pushed Yi Xian away. Little Jiu is here. Then, she picked up Yi Xian's storage ring and left. Yi Xian turned to look at the door. A woman was standing there. She was wearing silver armor and looked valiant. It was the 9th princess, Jiang Jiu. Jiang Jiu was much more mature than before. Jiang Jiu smiled. I didn't disturb you, did I? Yi Xian laughed and quickly changed the topic. Little Jiu, you've become more and more beautiful. Jiang Jiu blinked. Am I as beautiful as Ji? Yi Xian's expression froze. What a deadly question. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and Xiaota came out. Now in his hand, Yi Xian looked at the small tower and frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Little Jiu is as beautiful as Ji. Do you understand? Xiaota panicked. F***ck, young master you. Yi Xian was a little displeased. What do you mean? You're just a stupid tower. You don't know anything. As he spoke, he put away the small pagoda. And then he unfolded the small pagoda. Xiaota. Jiang Jiu looked at Yi Xian. What did that tower say? Yi Xian smiled. It said you're very beautiful. Jiang Jiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. You're trying to smooth things over. Yi Xian smiled. He was relieved. He had passed this hurdle. Jiang Jiu looked at Nan Litian, who was still kneeling outside the door. Aren't you going to accept her? Yi Xian looked at Nan Litian and shook his head. This girl is too arrogant. She needs to be suppressed. Otherwise, she'll have a hard time in the future. Jiang Jiu nodded. How long are you going to stay this time? Yi Xian thought about it and said, I'll be leaving soon. Jiang Jiu was silent. Yi Xian suddenly walked up to Jiang Jiu and smiled. I'll take you somewhere. Jiang Jiu looked at Yi Xian. Where? Yi Xian smiled. You'll know soon. As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed Jiang Jiu's hand, and in the next moment, he and Jiang Jiu vanished on the spot. Space-time travel. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and Jiang Jiu landed on the ground. Jiang Jiu slowly opened her eyes. When she saw her surroundings, she was stunned. She and Yi Xian were in a sea of flowers. Mysterious flowers filled their eyes, and they couldn't see the end of them. Countless butterflies fluttered in the sea of flowers. Cranes flew above the sea of flowers from time to time. At this moment, Jiang Jiu felt like she was in a paradise. Jiang Jiu turned to look at Yi Xian. Where is this? Yi Xian smiled. 9 minor realms. 9 minor realms. Jiang Jiu was stunned. Yi Xian looked around and said softly, I've been traveling around and found a quiet place like this. He looked at Jiang Jiu and smiled. Do you like it? Jiang Jiu looked at Yi Xian. There should be many living beings in this world. You? Yi Xian smiled. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would kill living beings just to please a woman? The spiritual qi in this place was about to dry up. It was me who placed some star veins here. That's why this world can continue to exist. Jiang Jiu nodded. That's good. Yi Xian smiled. Do you like this place? Jiang Jiu smiled. What's your goal in doing all this? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I want to make you happy. Jiang Jiu smiled brilliantly. Do you think I'll be happy? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know. Jiang Jiu shook her head. Ji stays on the mountain all year round, and doesn't know the ways of the world. Thus, a few flowery words from you are enough to move her. She looked up at Yi Xian. She might be just one of all the women you have, but you're the only one for her. When a woman is heartless, she's the most ruthless. When a woman is in love, she's the most touching. Yi Xian, don't let her down. Yi Xian nodded. I know. Jiang Jiu smiled. Of course, you treated her like that when you came back this time, because you gave her a promise. That's right. Men. If you like her, then you have to take responsibility. If you don't, then don't leave her hanging. She turned to look at the surroundings and then said softly, You brought me here because you wanted to give me a promise? A promise? Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Jiu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. The sea of flowers is very beautiful. Thank you for your consideration. Yi Xian smiled. It's good that you like it. Jiang Jiu said softly. Do you still remember the first time we met? Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Jiu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. I especially like that sentence of yours. Only when there's a country there's a home. Yi Xian fell silent. Jiang Jiu said again. I like that youth from back then. Yi Xian smiled. Little Jiu, do you think I've changed? Jiang Jiu fell silent. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the golden saber that Jiang Jiu had gifted him all those years ago appeared in his hand. He looked at Jiang Jiu. Not so long ago, my goal was just to lead a good life with my younger sister. But later I discovered that wanting to live a peaceful life is easier said than done. As he said this, he looked up at the starry sky. Little Jiu, do you know how big this starry sky is? It's infinitely big. In this boundless universe, there are countless powerful forces. And there are many super experts that you can't even imagine. Perhaps you don't know, but there are some people that can make Qingzhou completely disappear from this universe with just a thought. As she said this, she looked at little Jiu. I also want to be that youth from back then. But if I return to being that youth, who will protect Qingzhou? Who will protect you? You like the Yi Xian of the past. But the Yi Xian of the past, he still has to grow up. Little Jiu was silent. Yi Xian said again. The me of the past, the me of the present, it's still me. You have good feelings towards me because of that sentence of mine. Only when there's a country there's a home. But do you know that right now, what I want to protect is not just a country, or a Qingzhou. What I want to protect is the 5th dimension, the 9th dimension and many, many more. As he said this, he placed the golden blade in little Jiu's hand. Of course, I also understand you. This blade was given to me by you in the past, and I have always kept it close to my body. I know that this is a form of friendship. As you said just now, the reason I came to find you today is to give you a promise. Or perhaps it can be said that this is my declaration of my position. I Yi Xian do not like to be secretive. If I like it, then I like it. If I don't like it, then I don't like it. Today, I will return to you the golden blade that you gave me. Little Jiu looked at the golden blade in his hand, silent. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. He placed the spatial ring in little Jiu's hand. Then he said, inside the spatial ring, there are many cultivation items, as well as some military books. Although the current Qingzhou will not have any wars, but I know that you like the art of war. Therefore, in these years outside, I have also collected some. Apart from this, there are also some cultivation techniques and martial techniques that are suitable for you. They should be of help to you. Jiang Jiu was silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, I have indeed done all this to make you like me. But to like someone to make them happy, is that wrong? Once when I was young, I did not have anything. Therefore, I could only give you a sincere heart. Now my heart has not changed. But besides a sincere heart, I can also give you even better material things. As long as I have it, I want to give it to you, to make you happy, to make you happy. Jiang Jiu did not speak for a long time. Yi Xian turned his head to look at his surroundings and said softly, This time, I am going to the profound world, and I do not know if I will live or die. Today, we will part. If we are not fated to meet, then we will meet again in the next life. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young lord, aren't you going to inherit the family property? Yi Xian said in his heart, None of your business. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Jiang Jiu's expression suddenly changed. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Little Jiu, I am leaving. Finished speaking, he turned and left. At this time, little Jiu suddenly pulled Yi Xian's hand. She placed the golden blade in Yi Xian's hand, and said softly, No matter how long it takes, I will wait for your return in Qingzhou. If you do not return, I will definitely follow you. Saying so, she lightly embraced Yi Xian. Xiao Ta. Chapter 2140. Amidst the sea of flowers, the two hugged each other tightly. Yi Xian gazed at the sunset in the distance, his right hand gently caressing little Nine's back. The paper window between him and little Nine had finally been pierced through. He had come this time to make a promise to the women he loved. After a long time, Yi Xian and Little Nine left. Little Nine returned to the country of Jiang, while Yi Xian returned to Zhonglan Academy. Mount Azure Billow. Xiao Ta suddenly said. Young lord, what did Little Nine say to you before we parted? She actually made you smile so lewdly. Yi Xian said indifferently. None of your business. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian walked up to Nan Litian, who looked up at Yi Xian. I know I was wrong. Yi Xian smiled. Get up first. Nan Litian hesitated for a moment then stood up. Yi Xian sized Nan Litian up. You like the sword? Nan Litian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment then said. What is your purpose in learning the sword? Nan Litian looked straight at Yi Xian. My purpose is whatever you want me to do. Yi Xian's expression froze. Then he shook his head with a smile. How about this? You will be our Zhonglan Academy's guardian from now on, okay? Nan Litian nodded. Okay. Yi Xian flicked his finger. An array of white light disappeared into Nan Litian's forehead. Boom. Nan Litian's body trembled slightly, and a lot of information appeared in his mind. Yi Xian said, This is a Sword Dao inheritance. From today onwards, you will be Zhonglan Academy's guardian. With that he turned and left. At the entrance of the palace, Nan Litian was silent for a long time. Then he turned and left. In the distance Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young lord, aren't you afraid that she will go back on her words? Yi Xian smiled. After she cultivates my sword Dao, she will revere me like a god. With that, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in Tuoba Yan's palace. Tuoba Yan stood quietly at the entrance of the palace's great hall. He was still dressed in a dragon robe. His figure was graceful, and his face was beautiful. At this moment, Tuoba Yan turned to look at Yi Xian, and rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. I thought you weren't coming back. Yi Xian laughed and said, How could that be? As he spoke, he walked over to Tuoba Yan, and wrapped his arms around Tuoba Yan's waist. Tuoba Yan buried his head in Yi Xian's chest and said softly, It's good that you're back. Yi Xian gently caressed Tuoba Yan's silky hair. The two of them hugged each other quietly and did nothing. In the evening, Yi Xian sat in front of the stone steps. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky. The sky was filled with stars deep and distant. Tuoba Yan rested her head on Yi Xian's shoulder. Yi Xian suddenly lowered his head to look at Tuoba Yan, and said with a smile, This kind of peaceful life is actually quite good. Tuoba Yan looked at Yi Xian and smiled. What right do you have to talk about peace when you haven't experienced the peak? Yi Xian roared with laughter. That's true. A peaceful life? If a person pursues peace when they haven't experienced the peak, then they would be forced to seek peace instead of pursuing it. Even people like his father and the others are still pursuing it. So what right do I have to talk about peace? If I don't work hard now, then one day, if a great figure suddenly dislikes Azure Prefecture and farts casually, then wouldn't Azure Prefecture be gone? Peace is a form of helplessness most of the time. Work hard. Yi Xian took a deep breath and said, Yan I'm going to the mystic world. Are you coming with me? Tuoba Yan shook his head. I'll stay here. The outside world is too big, and I'm not used to it. Yi Xian looked at Tuoba Yan and said with a smile, All right. In any case, he had the green profound sword. So returning to Azure Prefecture was just a matter of an instant. Tuoba Yan suddenly said, Are we leaving now? Yi Xian roared with laughter. How could that be possible? As he spoke, he brought Tuoba Yan along and vanished on the spot. At the same time, he tossed Xiao Ta into the depths of the starry sky. Xiao Ta was speechless. 10 days later, Yi Xian left Azure Prefecture. In the starry sky, Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared within it. After Yi Xian entered Xiao Ta, he started to devour the hearts of the universe that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had given him. There was a 6th-level heart of the universe amongst the hearts of the universe that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had given him. It wasn't long before Yi Xian devoured all the remaining hearts of the universe. At this moment, his cultivation was equivalent to the 5th level of the Cosmic Heart Realm. His strength had increased by a lot, especially the green profound sword. After devouring the souls of the demon sex experts, the green profound sword had also greatly improved. Of course, he couldn't ignore Xiaota now. The current Xiaota was also very fierce. One person, one tower, one sword. Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, are we going to the profound world now?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I still have to go see an old friend." Xiaota said, "Is it a woman?" Yi Xian said angrily, "None of your business." As he spoke, he disappeared on the spot. Before long, Yi Xian arrived in the nine-dimensional universe. The Undying Emperor clan. As for this Undying Emperor clan that had once fought to the death for Yi Xian, Yi Xian, naturally had never forgotten them. In a small hall somewhere, Yi Xian and Higashi Yasushi sat opposite each other. Higashi Yasushi looked at Yi Xian. "I thought you wouldn't come back." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "This is my home." Home. The Undying Emperor clan was his mother's home. Naturally, it was also Yi Xian's home. After a moment of silence, Higashi Yasushi said, "When are you leaving?" Yi Xian smiled. "Immediately." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Higashi Yasushi. "Clan leader, there are some star veins and some cultivation resources in this storage ring. There are also some inheritances that are helpful to the Undying Emperor clan." Higashi Yasushi looked at the storage ring. "We feel like we're leeches. We rely on you for everything." Yi Xian shook his head. "We're family. There's no need to say this. If I have it, I'll give it to the Undying Emperor clan. If I don't, there's nothing I can do." After a moment of silence, Higashi Yasushi put away the storage ring and said, "All right." Yi Xian stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, as if he thought of something, he suddenly asked, "Clan leader, the strand of sword chi that I left behind, has anyone broken it?" Higashi Yasushi shook her head. "No one." Yi Xian smiled. "Do you want me to make it weaker?" Higashi Yasushi shook her head. "No need. It's better if it's a little difficult." Yi Xian smiled. "Then, clan leader, I'll be leaving." Higashi Yasushi nodded. Yi Xian turned and disappeared. Inside the palace, Higashi Yasushi looked at the storage ring in front of her. After a moment of silence, she shook her head and smiled. This little guy. In the air above the Undying Emperor clan, Yi Xian looked at the strand of sword chi that he left behind and smiled. "Xiaota, do you think there's anyone who can break through my strand of sword chi in the future?" Xiaota said, "Definitely." Yi Xian was a little curious. "What do you mean?" Xiaota said, "Young lord, you don't seem very powerful now. Your strand of sword chi doesn't have that much of a deterrent force." "Yi Xian," Xiaota said again. "Of course, if someone can break it, it means that a legend has begun." Yi Xian laughed, turned around and turned into a sword light, disappearing into the horizon. Xian world. Yi Xian's target this time was the Xian realm. Because Southeast had given him so, he directly used the Azure Profound Sword to teleport to the Xian world. As soon as he arrived in the Xian world, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. This person was one of the four gods, the Left Territory Guard. The Left Territory Guard bowed slightly to Yi Xian. "Young lord, you've been waiting for a long time." Yi Xian smiled. "Introduce the Xian world to me." The Left Territory Guard nodded. "Young lord, follow me." With that, he led Yi Xian into the distance. On the way, the Left Territory Guard said, "The Xian world was opened by the mistress. There are 4 departments. The first is our 4 gods temple. The 4 temple masters are me, the Right Heavenly Dharma Temple Master, Xian Weijin Temple Master, and Nan Weiyang Temple Master. Under us there are the 8 great pavilions. The 8 great pavilions have 8 pavilion masters. 4 of them are civil and 4 of them are martial. They deal with the internal affairs of the Xian world. Under the 8 pavilions, there are 16 sections. These 16 sects are mainly responsible for implementing some of the policies set by the 8 pavilions." Yi Xian smiled. "What rights do I have?" The Left Territory Guard shook his head and smiled. "Young lord, the entire Xian world is yours." Yi Xian blinked. "You'll listen to everything I say, right?" The Left Territory Guard nodded. "Of course." Yi Xian seemed to think of something and suddenly asked, "Is that Yang Yin still around?" He hadn't forgotten about Yang Yin and Xiao Sijun. He wouldn't believe that Xiao Sijun didn't have someone instructing her to do that. The Left Territory Guard said, Young lord, don't worry. Although the mistress didn't kill her, she definitely wouldn't dare to have evil intentions towards you. Yi Xian smiled. She's mother's adopted daughter? The left territory guard nodded. The reason why she has evil intentions towards you is because she wants the position of young lord. Yi Xian smiled. Let's not talk about her anymore. I still have many things to ask you. Let's talk somewhere else. The left territory guard smiled. Young lord, if you have any questions, you'll have to wait. Yi Xian was puzzled. What's wrong? The left territory guard said. The mistress left something for you. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, You left something for me? The left territory guard nodded. Yes. Young lord, follow me. With that he turned and left. Yi Xian hurried to follow her. He had to admit that he was a little curious and expectant. What would his mother leave for him? Under the left territory guard's lead, Yi Xian came to a small hall. Not long after he came to a stone door. The left territory guard bowed slightly. Young lord, go in yourself. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. With that he took 2 steps forward. The stone door suddenly opened automatically. After Yi Xian entered the stone door, it closed automatically. Yi Xian was stunned. In front of him, there were 3 swords. The 3 swords were very, very ordinary. They were just ordinary iron swords. But, these 3 swords all contained a strand of sword chi. And he was very familiar with this sword chi. It was his father's sword chi. Moreover, this sword chi was different from the sword chi he obtained before. These 3 strands of sword chi all had the aura of a sword spirit. That demon sect leader little demon didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of this sword chi. 3 strands of his father's sword chi. Yi Xian's heart warmed slightly. He knew that his mother must have found a way to get it. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He put away the 3 swords. He looked not far away. When he saw something, he was stunned. P.S. Everyone said that a lot of people would disappear while I was writing. It's not that I don't want to. But if I give these people an ending, it will take up a certain amount of space. If I write like this, everyone will think that I'm in the water. There are many people. Jian Zizai little 9 the 2nd floor's god the 3rd floor the 9th floor. Xiao Dao Dao Yi Mu Xiao Dao, Amu, Xiong Ho Yin Bian Shan little air, many people. If I explain to each of them, don't scold me to death. However, I will still slow down the pace and properly end the book. Chapter 2141. Not far in front of him, there was a battle armor. The battle armor was made up of scales. It was completely black and emitted a cold glow. The moment he saw the battle armor, Yi Xian was excited. Aria's scales. Those were Aria's scales. Yi Xian quickly walked over and gently touched the battle armor. As soon as he touched it, the battle armor turned into a black light and entered his body. Boom! Yi Xian's body trembled violently. The next moment, a thin layer of battle armor appeared around his body. After wearing the battle armor, it was as if it was perfectly integrated with his body. He didn't feel anything at all. Yi Xian slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, a powerful force quickly gathered in his right arm. Looking at his right hand, Yi Xian's expression changed. He realized that his right hand actually possessed endless power. Aria's power? Yi Xian was a little confused. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young lord, this battle armor was made from Aria's scales. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Did mother peel off Aria's skin? Xiao Ta said, How is that possible? This should have fallen off after Aria shed her skin. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Shed her skin. Xiao Ta said, Yes. Every time Aria leveled up, she would change her skin and scales. These scales on your body should be the scales that she didn't want after she shed her skin. I just don't know when she changed her scales. If it's just recently, then these scales are really awesome. Of course, even if it's before, it's still very scary. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and with a thought, the green profound sword directly slashed at his body. Chi! A spark sputtered from his body. Yi Xian looked at his chest. On the scale armor on his chest, there was a shallow sword mark, but it quickly healed itself. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly lifted. Awesome. Aria is still awesome. Although he didn't use his full strength in that slash just now, That was the green profound sword. Of course, it didn't mean that the green profound sword was useless. In fact, whether it was Xiao Ta or the battle armor, the green profound sword could break them. It just wouldn't be that easy. In fact, the most terrifying thing about the scale armor wasn't its defense, but the powerful strength it contained. That strength was definitely related to Arya. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Arya's body was also a treasure. Meanwhile, Tiny Pagoda suddenly said, "Young master, there's a spatial ring before you." Yi Xian looked in front of him. There was a black ring where the armor used to be. The ring looked a little weird. It was shaped like a monster, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, as if it was going to swallow someone. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He picked up the storage ring and examined it carefully. Soon he discovered that there were 2 words on the ring. Mysterious ring. Of the ring. Yi Xian scanned it with his divine sense, and he noticed that it was a normal ring. It wasn't an abstruse ring. Yi Xian looked at the ring again, and then he said, "Abstruse ring? Xiao Ta, what ring do you think it is?" Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "There's nothing inside, so it means that it's a ring that symbolizes identity." Yi Xian frowned. A ring that symbolizes identity? Symbolizes the identity of the young master of the dark world? That shouldn't be the case. I'm already the young master of the dark world. Isn't it unnecessary for me to keep this ring? Xiao Ta said casually. Perhaps it symbolizes another identity. Yi Xian and Xiao Ta were stunned when they heard this. Symbolizes another identity. Yi Xian had a strange expression on his face. Could it be that I have another identity? Xiao Ta said in a low voice. Young master, I think that you're going to walk further and further down the path of King Kaoshan. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued. Although Mistress's strength isn't particularly powerful, she has master by her side. Moreover, Mistress's IQ is extraordinary. She just has to make use of it a little, and she'll be able to create many powerful forces. My goodness, previously you relied on father and sister, and now you have to rely on mother. I dare to swear on master's life that Mistress must have created a force that's even more powerful than the abstruse world. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Mother, Xiao Ta said in a low voice. Young master, what do you think? Yi Xian put away the abstruse world and said with a smile, I naturally can't refuse mother's kind intentions, but I still have to rely on myself. These were his heartfelt words. Rather than relying on sister, father, or mother, he might as well rely on himself. His own strength was the way of the king. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts. He looked around, and after making sure that he didn't miss anything, he turned around and left. After coming out, Yi Xian saw the left realm secretary. The left realm secretary bowed slightly. Young master. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, How many hearts of the universe do we have? The left realm secretary smiled and said, Young master needs these hearts of the universe? Yi Xian nodded. The left realm secretary thought for a moment, and then said, I haven't paid attention to it, but I can check it immediately. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian walked out of the main hall, and he glanced at the distant horizon, where several white clouds were floating. Abstruse world. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This was his own world. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly waved his right hand, and Shen Zhao and the other demon beasts were released. At this moment, Shen Zhao had reached the 5th level of the Eternity Heart Realm. It had to be said that this speed was quite terrifying. Of course, it was also related to the star veins that Xiao Ta had given her. Moreover, Yi Xian had given her some hearts of the universe to devour. Shen Zhao glanced at Yi Xian, and then said, Young master, do you have any instructions for me? Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, Young master? Shen Zhao blinked. You are my young master. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Good heavens, this woman is really smart. She directly became young master. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. How could he not understand what Shen Zhao meant? Shen Zhao obviously wanted to keep following him. Actually, this was normal. After all, what realm was Shen Zhao at before following him? The 2nd level of the Eternity Heart Realm. And after following him, She directly became the 5th level of the Eternity Heart Realm. Most importantly, her future was bright. Now, Yi Xian not only had a terrifying and heaven-defying cultivation place like Xiaota, but he was also the young master of the mystic world. Damn, wouldn't it be good to follow him? Shen Zhao had lived for so many years, and she could be considered to have seen through some things. Humans. Of course, hard work was important, but one had to suck up to this thigh. If one sucked up to this thigh, one would struggle for many years less. Most of the time, a person's achievements depended partly on their own hard work, but it also depended on who they followed. Yi Xian smiled. Didn't you say that you would never accept a master? Shen Zhao was silent for a moment, and then she said, unless you take care of me. Yi Xian was speechless. Shen Zhao bowed slightly to Yi Xian. I am willing to serve you. Yi Xian smiled. I will ask the Left Territory Division to make arrangements for you. Shen Zhao nodded. All right. However, his expression turned gloomy. Actually, what she wanted the most was to follow Yi Xian, live in Yi Xian's Xiaota, and drink Yi Xian's blood. But she knew that it was impossible. Value. She could no longer help Yi Xian. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Xiaota had said to her. It was really a prophecy. If they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps, they would be eliminated in the end. After making arrangements for Shen Zhao and the other demon beasts, Yi Xian came to the mystical hall. This mystical hall was a place for meetings in the mystic world. Just as he arrived, a woman appeared in front of him. The person who came was one of the 4 gods, Nan Weiyang. Nan Weiyang bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Young master. Yi Xian said softly, can you tell me about this realm system? Nan Weiyang nodded. Of course. Yi Xian smiled. What realm is after the 6th level of the Eternal Heart Realm? Nan Weiyang said, Sacred Heart Realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Sacred Heart? Nan Weiyang nodded. After condensing the heart of the universe and reaching a certain level, the heart of the universe can undergo a qualitative change, which is the Sacred Heart Realm. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Tell me about this Sacred Heart Realm. Nan Weiyang said, the Sacred Heart Realm is also known as the True Sage. Reaching the True Sage means that one has completely refined the power of the universe that they have devoured. This kind of expert possesses the true power of the universe. Speaking up to here, she paused and then said, Eternal Heart Realm experts are like a good piece of iron that hasn't been forged. We need to constantly temper it with raging flames, remove the impurities in our body, and then hammer it with a heavy hammer. This process is repeated over and over again. After thousands of tempering, only then can it become a peerless divine sword. Yi Xian asked, the difference between the Sacred Heart Realm and the Eternal Heart Realm is the power of the universe? Nan Weiyang shook her head. Not just the power of the universe, but also the power of the mind. Those who have reached the Sacred Heart Realm are all people with tenacious wills. When their heart of the universe changes, their divine soul and mind will also undergo a qualitative change. According to what I know, some Sacred Heart Realm experts will condense their mind and divine soul power together, breaking through the barriers of the billions of dimensions of the universe, directly merging their mind and divine soul power into the void and primal chaos outside many worlds, analyzing the origin of the primal chaos, tempering their own mind, and then comprehending how the primal chaos gives birth to worlds, from which they can break through realms. Yi Xian looked at Nan Weiyang. You just said that according to what you know, you are not at the Sacred Heart Realm. Nan Weiyang smiled faintly. No. Yi Xian frowned slightly. How is that possible? Your strength far surpasses the 6th level of the Eternal Heart Realm. Nan Weiyang laughed lightly. No, strictly speaking, we 4 God Realm experts can only be considered half-step true sages. Speaking up to here, she paused and then said, in the profound world, only Mistress has a true Sacred Heart Realm. No, Mistress might not only have a Sacred Heart Realm. In addition, there is also the Demon Sect Master. He also had a Sacred Heart Realm. Demon Sect little girl. Yi Xian was silent. He had to say that the little demon was very terrifying. Unfortunately, this little girl first encountered his father's sword Qi, and then encountered Qing himself. If it wasn't for his father's sword Qi and Qing Even these profound world experts might not be the little demon's opponent. After all, she had received help from Arya and Little White. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, that profound ring appearing in his hand. Weiyang, have you seen this ring before? Nan Weiyang glanced at the profound ring in Yi Xian's hand. She shook her head. I have never seen it before. Never seen it before. Yi Xian looked at the profound ring in his hand, shook his head and smiled. Why did mother leave this ring for him? Could it be that there was some family property waiting for him to inherit? Thinking of this, a feeling of helplessness arose in Yi Xian's heart. Who could understand this kind of pain? Chapter 2142. Sacred Heart State. In the following period of time, Yi Xian started cultivating like a madman every day. Unlimited resources. Unlimited time. No enemies at the moment. If he didn't cultivate now, when would he? His goal was the Sacred Heart State. He had devoured quite a lot of the heart of the universe. Although he was only at the 5th level, he could continuously temper his heart of the universe. The cultivation method of the Sacred Heart State was actually very simple. It was to constantly temper one's heart of the universe, allowing oneself to completely absorb the power of the heart of the universe, and then use it for oneself. Realm. Actually, he didn't walk the path of cultivation. But now, he realized that he could learn and use the path of cultivation as a reference. Just like a martial arts master, before he created a new sect, he would definitely learn the strengths of hundreds of sects. Who could create a new sect out of nothing? The process of tempering the heart of the universe could be said to be quite painful. Just like Nan Weiyang said, it was like forging iron. It needed to be tempered thousands of times. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of suffering. Back when he cultivated his body, what kind of suffering hadn't he experienced? Inside Xiaota, there was no time to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. Of course, to the outside it was only 10 days. 100 years of cultivation caused Yi Xian to look a little older. The current him was no longer as sharp as before, he was more reserved. At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, have you reached the Sacred Heart State? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Xiaota, in your heart am I very bad? Xiaota. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, he opened his palm and suddenly clenched it. Boom! A powerful force suddenly condensed in his body. The power of the universe. 100 years of bitter cultivation had allowed him to temper his heart of the universe to the extreme, which was the Sacred Heart State. Yi Xian shifted his consciousness. His divine consciousness traveled through countless space-time worlds in an instant. In the end, it arrived in a chaotic area. When he had entered this chaotic area, he was shocked to find his divine consciousness was able to absorb a mysterious power from it. The power of chaos? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Right at this moment, a furious shout suddenly resounded from the depths of the chaos. How dare you? Which little saint are you? You actually dare to pry into the chaotic force of my mystic sword immortal sect? Are you tired of living? As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed out from the depths of the chaos. In the profound world, Yi Xian frowned slightly and quickly withdrew his divine sense. He had just reached the Sacred Heart realm, so he wasn't proficient in using his divine sense. Thus, he didn't choose to face his opponent head-on. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. He frowned. That chaotic realm had been occupied? Besides that, what the hell is the profound sword immortal sect? Yi Xian was silent for a moment. He left Xiaota and found Nan Weiyang. Weiyang, tell me about the universe you know. He felt that there was a need to understand the background of the universe. Nan Weiyang said in a deep voice, 10 billion light years away from here, there is a universe called the Observation Universe. This universe is one of the more advanced martial arts civilizations that we know of. As for their strength, we don't know much because we don't have much contact with them. The Observation Universe. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Then do you know about the Profound Sword Immortal Sect? Nan Weiyang frowned slightly. The Profound Sword Immortal Sect? Yi Xian nodded. Nan Weiyang shook her head. I've never heard of it. Yi Xian fell silent. Obviously, Nan Weiyang and the others were probably unable to come into contact with the chaotic world. Meanwhile, the left territory minister suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he bowed slightly. Young master, Miss South Envoy of Immortal Treasure Pavilion has arrived. South Envoy. Yi Xian smiled. Quickly invite her in. The left territory minister left, and it wasn't long before South Envoy appeared in front of Yi Xian and Nan Weiyang. She was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian, and then she said, "You seem to be slightly different." Yi Xian smiled. "How am I different?" She fell silent for a short moment before she said, "Has your strength improved?" A trace of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. After all, he'd concealed his aura, but he hadn't expected that South Envoy would actually be able to sense it. Meanwhile, South Envoy suddenly said, "Let's get down to business. I need your help." Yi Xian gazed at her. "What's wrong?" She spoke solemnly. "My Immortal Treasure Pavilion has encountered a problem." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "A problem?" She nodded, and then she hesitated for a moment before she said, "Is it convenient for you to head to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's main branch with me?" Yi Xian nodded. "Sure." Nan Weiyang said, "Young master, we'll go with you." Yi Xian shook his head. "There's no need." She suddenly said, "Why not?" As she spoke, she rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Go. Everyone go. Everyone from the dark world will go. The more the better." Yi Xian was speechless. Nan Weiyang glanced at South Envoy and said, "Miss South, has something major happened to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion?" South Envoy smiled. "It's nothing major. I just want all of you to go have some fun. Really, there's no other meaning." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "As if I'd believe you." As he spoke seriously. "What exactly has happened?" South Envoy fell silent for a moment, and then she said, "We obtained a divine artifact earlier, and it was extremely precious. But it was lost. They want us to pay for it." Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "You can't afford it?" South Envoy nodded. "We can, but they don't want us to pay for it, and they want us to return it." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why did they lose it?" South Envoy smiled. "What do you think?" Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "They want to make a move against all of you." South Envoy nodded. Yi Xian was a little surprised. "Your Immortal Treasure Pavilion is not weaker than the demon sect. Who would dare to make a move against you?" South Envoy smiled. "This is a bit complicated. Strictly speaking, it's my own matter, and I want to ask for your help." Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but South Envoy said, "Can we talk on the way?" Yi Xian nodded. "Okay, then let's go." South Envoy glanced at Nan Weiyang. "That Xian world." Yi Xian smiled. "I'll go with you first. If we can't solve it, we'll call for help, okay?" South Envoy hesitated, and then said, "Young Master Yi, there may be a conflict. Are you sure?" Yi Xian looked at South Envoy. "Do you have no confidence in me?" South Envoy glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, "I'm worried about your safety, Yi Xian." At this time, Nan Weiyang suddenly said, "Young master, for your safety, we must go with you." Saying that, she turned her head. Tu Chen. As soon as the voice fell, a man appeared behind Yi Xian. It was the leader of the God Slayers, and behind him, there were 15 people. Nan Weiyang said in a deep voice, "From today onwards you must not leave young master's side." Tu Chen nodded slightly. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Actually, I'm not weak." Nan Weiyang looked at Yi Xian. "I know young master's divine power is unparalleled in the world. We follow young master. There's no other meaning. Just to serve young master. Don't think too much." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. South Envoy hesitated, and then said, "Young Master Yi, we really don't mean anything else. Don't think too much, really. We never thought you were weak. You are still young. There is still a lot of room for growth. Take your time." Yi Xian's expression froze. Just like that, Yi Xian was escorted to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion by the experts of the mystic world. The headquarters of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was in Universe Gazer. Of course, the strength of the mystic world was at the top even in Universe Gazer. This was also the reason why South Envoy came to him for help. This time, Yi Xian brought 4 god slayers and 16 god slayers. They were all the top experts of the mystic world. The rest stayed in the mystic world. After all, the mystic world was very big. It needed people to guard it. On the way, South Envoy walked to Yi Xian, and then said, "You said that when you see your sister, you will ask her to forge a sword for me. Why didn't you tell her?" Yi Xian's expression froze. He had actually forgotten about this matter. South Envoy looked at Yi Xian, and then blinked. "Did you forget?" Yi Xian smiled, and then said, "This," South Envoy suddenly said. "Later, you will accompany me in a play, then I will forgive you." Yi Xian asked, "What play?" South Envoy smiled. "You will know when the time comes." Yi Xian was speechless. This woman. She still knows how to keep me in suspense. Not long after, Yi Xian and the others arrived at Universe Gazer. As soon as they arrived, Yi Xian saw countless starships in the Milky Way. These starships were very large. Some were even tens of thousands of meters long. South Envoy smiled. "These are the starships of my celestial treasure pavilion, specially responsible for transportation." Yi Xian looked at South Envoy. "Transportation?" South Envoy nodded slightly. "We sell things, receive things, and also transport things. As long as you need, we can help you transport anything. We can do it anywhere in the universe. Not only is it safe, but it is also reliable. We can even pay on delivery." Speaking of this, she glanced at the starships. "This is founded by the Pavilion Master." The Pavilion Master said, "This is called free wind delivery. Just this alone brings us tens of billions of star vein income every year." Yi Xian's expression froze. Tens of billions of star vein? Is it tens of billions? Were star veins so worthless? At this time Xiaota suddenly said, "Young lord, don't be shocked. The rich people are far beyond your imagination. Some rich people's meal money, an ordinary rogue cultivator may not earn in a lifetime." Yi Xian was silent. He had to say. Xiaota's words made sense. Some circles, if you have not been in contact with them, you will never know how terrifying they are. South Envoy led everyone forward. At this time, Yi Xian and the others suddenly stopped. He and the Xian world powerhouses looked into the distance. There was an old man cultivating there. In front of him, there was a huge light screen. He was explaining how to cultivate and so on. It was very detailed. Yi Xian looked at South Envoy. South Envoy smiled. "He is projecting live. Let me tell you, don't underestimate him. A half-step Saint Heart powerhouse like him can earn at least a few hundred star veins a month. Of course, half of his income will go to us. You see his light screen? That is not an ordinary light screen. That small light screen at least tens of thousands of universes. In other words, tens of thousands of cultivators in tens of thousands of universes can see him cultivating directly." At this time, the old man in the distance seemed to encounter something. He suddenly became excited. He immediately stood up, tidied up his clothes, then bowed deeply. "This old man thanks Brother Zhang for the 100 star veins reward. Brother Zhang is very generous. Everyone. P.S. Thanks to Zonghing Book Friend 59278520. Alliance Master Reward. Because of your reward, this monthly income will exceed 5,000. There are also many reward readers. Thank you everyone for your support. Right, wait for my next big burst." Chapter 2143. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian and the others had strange expressions. "It can be done like this." Yi Xian turned to look at Southern Envoy. "Miss Southern Envoy, this," Southern Envoy smiled. "You think it's incredible?" Yi Xian nodded, a bit. Southern Envoy smiled. "Actually, when this method of making money was first proposed, we all thought it was incredible and hard to understand. But later we found that anyone who is willing to try it is now rich." Saying this, she shook her head and smiled. "I really don't know where the Pavilion Master got so many wonderful ideas." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Southern Envoy, is your Pavilion Master a woman?" Southern Envoy looked at Yi Xian a bit surprised. "How do you know?" Yi Xian was silent for a long time, then said, "I guessed." Southern Envoy smiled. "Then your guess is really accurate. The Pavilion Master is indeed a woman, moreover, a strange woman." Saying this, She led Yi Xian and the others forward. Along the way, Yi Xian constantly looked around. It has to be said that this universe is indeed different from other universes. There are many strange things. This reminded him of a person. Ninth, that woman from the Milky Way galaxy. Back then, number 9 had also brought many strange things with him. Could it be that this pavilion master is the same as Ninth, also from the Milky Way galaxy? Yi Xian was a little curious about the owner of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Not long after, Southern Envoy brought Yi Xian and the others to the Immortal Treasure Jia. This is a relatively central place of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Only some people with real power can come here. The Immortal Treasure Jia is not big, but it is very beautiful. There are 7 small islands in the Immortal Treasure Jia. The small islands are located in the center of the Immortal Treasure Jia, and around the 7 islands is endless sea. The 7 islands are Dubhi, Merak, Fekta, Migraz, Aliath, Mizar, and Alcade. There are no luxurious buildings on the islands. Each island only has a few very simple thatched huts. Simple to the extreme. Although simple, it is very elegant. Ambassador Nan brought Yi Xian to Alcade Island, because she was the island lord of Alcade Island. Ambassador Nan led Yi Xian into a thatched hut. She and Yi Xian sat opposite each other while Nan Weiyang and the others waited outside. The southern emissary said solemnly, "This matter is rather troublesome." Yi Xian laughed and said, "Who are you and who are I? If you have something to say, just say it." If not for Southern Envoy supporting him that day, perhaps he, Yi Xian, would already be dead. As a person, it was natural to know how to be grateful. The Southern emissary glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Allow me to tell you about the Immortal Treasure Pavilion first. There are 7 islands within the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and the 7 islands represent the 7 island masters. Practically all matters within the pavilion are decided by the 7 island masters." Yi Xian frowned. "Don't you have a pavilion master?" The southern emissary smiled bitterly. The pavilion master basically doesn't care about matters. Or rather, she doesn't care about small matters. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Isn't she afraid that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will escape her control?" The southern emissary looked at Yi Xian and said, "No one would dare to do that. In the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, she is like a god." Yi Xian picked up the spirit tea in front of him and took a sip. Then he said, "Southern emissary, you should tell me about the trouble you encountered first." The southern emissary hesitated for a moment and said, "Didn't I bring many people to support you? And then many people were sacrificed." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The people in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion blame you?" The southern emissary nodded slightly. "A lot of experts were sacrificed. Moreover, I'm suspected of being forcefully dragged into worldly grievances. Now several island masters who aren't on good terms with me are impeaching me. If it was just impeachment, I wouldn't be afraid. After all, this is an internal matter, and I have a few teammates. But the problem is that they joined forces with outsiders to target me." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Joined forces with outsiders?" The southern emissary nodded. "Not long ago, my man received a divine object. My man fell into a trap. After he took the god item, it mysteriously disappeared. Now the other party is asking me to return the god item." Yi Xian looked at the southern emissary. "Can't afford it?" The southern emissary shook her head and smiled. "If I can, I naturally can. But the problem is that the divine object can't be measured with money." Yi Xian was a bit curious. "What divine object is it?" The southern emissary said in a deep voice, "An ancient divine artifact used to observe the universe, the divine observing mirror. In the history of the universe, there are 3 great ancient divine artifacts, and this divine observing mirror is one of them. This item can't be measured with money." At this point, she shook her head slightly. "When my man received this item, he didn't know it was the divine observing mirror. Therefore, he received it at a relatively low price. But now, the other party doesn't want compensation, as long as we return this item." As she said this, her expression gradually became serious. "I investigated and found out that the other party is from the Immortal Dao Temple." Yi Xian asked, "This Immortal Dao Temple is?" The southern emissary explained, Do you know why this universe is called the observing universe? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Because of this immortal Tao temple? The southern emissary nodded. The immortal Tao temple used to be the super overlord of this universe. Although it later weakened, it is still not to be underestimated. Yi Xian asked, how is the immortal Tao temple compared to your celestial treasure pavilion? The southern emissary smiled. If you talk about influence, they are definitely not as good as us. If we talk about strength, we are not weaker than them. Otherwise, we can't establish a foothold here. In fact, when the pavilion master came to this world, she wanted to establish the celestial treasure pavilion here. But to do so, she needed the approval of the immortal Tao temple. After that, the pavilion master went to the immortal Tao temple. I don't know what they talked about, but after the pavilion master came out, the celestial treasure pavilion was established. Not only that, the immortal Tao temple's temple master personally came to give a gift. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. In other words, someone in the celestial treasure pavilion is colluding with the immortal Tao temple to mess with you? The southern emissary nodded. Yes. After I found out that the other party was the immortal Tao temple, I felt that something was wrong, so I immediately went to find you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What do you want me to do? Destroy the immortal Tao temple? The southern emissary looked at Yi Xian. Are you serious? Yi Xian smiled. Do I look like I'm joking? The southern emissary hesitated for a moment, and then said, Young Master Yi, you and I can be considered friends. I'll say a few words from the bottom of my heart, but you might not like to hear them. Yi Xian said with a smile. Go ahead. The southern emissary said in a deep voice. I know that your background is not simple, but you have to understand the principle that there will always be someone better than you, just like the demon sect. Before they met you, they felt that they were invincible, but in the end, they provoked someone they shouldn't have, and then they were annihilated. At this point, she glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, You're not angry, right? Yi Xian smiled. I'm not angry, you're right. The southern emissary nodded slightly. I didn't ask you to help me fight this time. I just wanted you to cheer for me. After all, you're the person I chose. And you're also a super VIP of my immortal treasure pavilion. Moreover, you have the Xian world behind you. If you stand on my side, then no matter if it's the immortal treasure pavilion or the immortal Tao temple, they will all have misgivings. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. As a super VIP, did I only obtain the approval of your island or? The southern emissary smiled. Don't worry about that. As a VIP, you have obtained the approval of my entire immortal treasure pavilion. They might target me, but they absolutely wouldn't dare to target you, at least not openly, because the mysterious heaven token was personally made by the pavilion master, and it has a spirit. If it feels uncomfortable, it will reject you, but it didn't reject you, so what does that mean? It means that your identity has been approved by the pavilion master. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Actually, he now understood why the southern emissary protected him so desperately. Perhaps it wasn't because of the green profound sword, but because she trusted the pavilion master. Of course, no matter the reason, this favor was something that Yi Xian would remember for the rest of his life. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared outside the house, and she bowed slightly. Island Master. The Island Master and the young master of the immortal Tao temple are here. The southern emissary's eyes narrowed slightly. They don't want to wait. As she spoke, she looked outside the house. Invite them in. Yi Xian looked at the southern emissary. The Island Master is your enemy? The southern emissary smiled. You can say that. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. The southern emissary looked at Yi Xian. Don't make a move, or it will be very troublesome. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I like to win people over with virtue. The southern emissary was speechless. At this moment, an old man and a young man walked into the house. They were the Island Master and the young master of the immortal Tao temple, Xian Yun. As soon as the Island Master entered, his gaze descended onto Yi Xian, and then he glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. This is young Master Yi? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Tian Xian cupped his fists and smiled brightly. and he was extremely enthusiastic. Young Master Yi, I've heard a lot about you. Yi Xian smiled. You're too kind, Island Master. Tian Xian was about to speak, but Xian Yun suddenly smiled. Island Master, let's get down to business first. Tian Xian nodded slightly, and then he looked at the southern emissary. South emissary, the 3 days are up. Did you find the divine observation mirror? The southern emissary thought for a moment, and then he looked at Xian Yin and smiled. Young Master, as far as I know, there's no enmity between us. Why do you have to do this to me? Xian Yun blinked. Southern emissary, I don't understand what you're talking about. The southern emissary smiled. We're both smart people, so let's get straight to the point. Xian Yun smiled. I really don't know what you're talking about, Island Master Southern Emissary. You should know the value of the divine observation mirror. I left it here with you, and I was going to use you to auction it, but now it's gone. Speaking of which, Island Master Southern Emissary, you didn't embezzle it, did you? The Southern Emissary stared at Xian Yun and did not speak. At this time, Xian Yun smiled again. Of course, Miss Southern Emissary will definitely not embezzle it. Since you didn't embezzle it, then return it to me. The Southern Emissary fell silent. Xian Yun suddenly said seriously, Southern Emissary, you should know my feelings for you. If you're willing to promise me, then I'll give you the divine observation mirror. Hearing this, the Southern Emissary frowned deeply. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Brother, is this how you chase girls? Xian Yun suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian, smiled and said, Do you have a family? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Xian Yun smiled. Who treats you the best? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he smiled. My sister. Xian Yun looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Then you can notify her now and ask her to come and collect your corpse. Chapter 2144. Arrogant. Not just an ordinary kind of arrogance. However, Yi Xian wasn't angry at all. He looked at Xian Yun and said seriously, I'm a coward. Don't scare me. Xian Yun smiled lightly and maintained his elegant demeanor. He sat at the side and crossed his legs. After that, he picked up the teacup unhurriedly and said with a smile, Kill him. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Wang's expression changed, and she was about to stand up. However, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed her hand. Nan Wang looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled lightly. Rest. Nan Wang glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Meanwhile, Xian Yun frowned slightly. What are you waiting for? He wasn't talking to anyone. There was still no response. Xian Yun's expression instantly turned gloomy when he saw this, and he was about to flare up. Meanwhile, Tu Chen suddenly walked slowly into the hall, and he held 2 bloody heads in his hands. Xian Yun's expression instantly changed when he saw the 2 bloody heads. They were his people. Tu Chen threw the 2 bloody heads in front of Xian Yun, and then he stared at Xian Yun. As long as Yi Xian gave the order, Tu Chen would immediately attack. Xian Yun suddenly looked at Yi Xian and narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, Tian Xian glanced at him with a trace of warning in his eyes. Xian Yun's expression immediately returned to normal, and he smiled. Brother Yi, it's a misunderstanding. He immediately admitted defeat. Tian Xian Island Lord hurriedly smiled as well. It's a misunderstanding. Young Master Yi, it's a misunderstanding. Yi Xian blinked. A misunderstanding? As he spoke, he looked at Xian Yun and smiled. This young Master Xian Yun wanted to kill me just now. Xian Yun looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Tian Xian hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, it's really a misunderstanding. Young Master Xian Yun isn't here to target young Master Yi. Yi Xian suddenly said, Targeting the southern envoy is the same as targeting me. Hearing this, Tianxuan's expression froze, and then gradually turned cold. Ambassador Nan glanced at Yi Xian, and her heart warmed. At the side, Xian Yun looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, In that case, young Master Yi is going to return the divine observation mirror for Southern Ambassador. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xian Yun and said, Do you know why you are still alive after acting tough in front of me? Xian Yun's eyes narrowed. Why? Does brother Yi want to kill me? Haha. Beside Yi Xian, Ambassador Nan looked at Yi Xian and shook his head. She also wanted to kill Xian Yun, but she couldn't because she was the one in the wrong. Moreover, if she killed the young monastery master of the Celestial Cloud Monastery here, it would have a negative impact. The other island masters would not stand on her side. Yi Xian turned to look at Ambassador Nan. Do you trust me? Ambassador Nan hesitated, and then said, I'm worried about you. Yi Xian was speechless. This woman's answer was really King good. Yi Xian lightly patted Ambassador Nan's hand, and then said, Leave it to me. Don't worry about anything, the sky is falling. I'll hold it. Ambassador Nan stared at Yi Xian. What if you can't hold it? Yi Xian's face darkened. I thought you would be touched. Ambassador Nan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. You and I are friends. You are willing to risk your life for a friend. This is a matter of course. Why would I be touched? If I am touched, wouldn't that be an insult to our pure friendship? Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, Xian Yun suddenly said coldly, Are you two done flirting? Ambassador Nan looked at Xian Yun. Young Master Xian Yun, it's not that I don't know about your friendship. It's just that I, Ambassador Nan, am focused on the Tao and am not in the mood for love. I know that the divine observation mirror is still in your hands. Let's end this matter here. What do you think? Xian Yun stared coldly at Ambassador Nan. How am I inferior to him? In terms of status, I am the young master of the immortal Tao Temple. My future is limitless. In terms of strength, I am ranked 5th on the God list. But what about him? I'm afraid he can't even enter the God list. In terms of looks. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian. Damn, he suddenly realized that this Yi Xian was quite handsome. In terms of looks, he couldn't compare. Yi Xian smiled. What about in terms of looks? Xian Yun said sarcastically. What's the use of looks? In this world, strength and family background are what matters. Let me ask you, do you have an illustrious family background? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, Young master, if you talk like this, then I feel that it's meaningless. Xian Yun sneered. Meaningless? Do you know? Tianxian couldn't help but remind him. Young Master Xian Yun. Young Master Yi is the young master of the mystic world, and his background can be considered illustrious. Xian Yun's expression froze when he heard this. The mystic world. He'd heard of it, but he didn't know much about it. After all, it was quite far from here. Meanwhile, Ambassador Nan said abruptly, Young Master Xian Yun, I still have the same opinion. Can we let this matter go? Xian Yun stared fixedly at Ambassador Nan. I can let it go, but you have to return the divine observation mirror to me. Ambassador Nan thought for a moment, and then said, Didn't you ask me how I'm inferior to young Master Yi? Then I'll answer you now. He's very big and very hard. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Tu Chun, who'd always been silent, couldn't help but glance at Ambassador Nan. And then he looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's mind was buzzing. Fuck. Why did she suddenly get in the car? Xian Yun's expression suddenly became ferocious. Woman, I'll make living worse than death for you. As he spoke, he charged directly at Ambassador Nan. At this moment, he was infuriated to the point his mind wasn't normal. Tianxian's expression instantly changed when he saw Xian Yun suddenly attack. After all, this was the immortal artifact pavilion. So it might not be a big deal if Xian Yun attacked Yi Xian here. Even though Yi Xian was a distinguished guest, he wasn't a member of the immortal artifact pavilion in the end. If he killed Yi Xian, then Tianxian could casually find an excuse to make the immortal temple and the mystic world fight to the death. However, Ambassador Nan was different. She was a member of the immortal artifact pavilion. Once Xian Yun attacked her, then it would be equivalent to looking down upon the immortal artifact pavilion. Even though there was internal strife within the immortal artifact pavilion, once Xian Yun attacked Ambassador Nan, then he would have to stand on her side regardless of whether he was willing or not. When he thought up to here, Tianxian suddenly came to a realization. Damn it! She's infuriating Xian Yun on purpose. Tianxian wanted to stop her, but it was too late because Tu Chun had suddenly vanished on the spot. Chi! Xian Yun suddenly stopped in place, and a stream of blood spurted from his throat. In an instant his head directly fell from his neck, and blood soared into the sky. Dead. On the side, Tianxian was petrified. This is serious. At this time Ambassador Nan walked in front of Xian Yun. She opened her palm, and Xian Yun's storage ring appeared in her hand. She glanced at it, and the next moment, an ancient mirror appeared in front of her. Ambassador Nan looked at Tianxian and blinked. Island Lord Tianxian, look, this God-observing mirror is in his hand. Tianxian's expression was somewhat ugly. Ambassador Nan said seriously, Island Lord Tianxian, I think you definitely don't know about this. You must have been deceived by him, right? After a moment of silence, Tianxian said, Of course. Ambassador Nan said again, Island Lord Tianxian, just now Xian Yun took the initiative to attack me. You saw it with your own eyes, right? Tianxian looked at Ambassador Nan. Yes. Ambassador Nan smiled slightly, her smile was bright. After a moment of silence, Tianxian suddenly smiled. Island Lord Tianxian, good scheming. This time, the old man lost. But, after saying that, he glanced at Yi Xian. Old man can see that young Master Yi is sincere to you. But you did this. Haha, this has nothing to do with the old man, goodbye. After saying that, he turned and left. The smile on Ambassador Nan's face gradually disappeared. On the side, Yi Xian looked at Xian Yun's corpse on the ground, shook his head and smiled. His smile was somewhat self-deprecating. In fact, this was a trap set by Ambassador Nan. And he, Yi Xian, was just a pawn in this game. Ambassador Nan already knew that Xian Yun would not give up, so she deliberately set such a trap. And the word she said just now was naturally to deliberately provoke this brainless Xian Yun. As soon as Xian Yun made a move, she knew that her people would definitely attack. Who killed Xian Yun? She killed him. In short, her trouble was completely solved. Not only was it solved, but she also obtained the God-observing mirror. Most importantly, she didn't have any trouble, because she was killed by Yi Xian. Moreover, even if the immortal Taoist temple came to find trouble with her, she was not afraid, because the island masters of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would definitely stand on her side. In short, this time, not only did she solve her own trouble, she also obtained benefits. At this moment, Ambassador Nan turned to look at Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said softly, Are you angry? Looking at the innocent and pure face of Ambassador Nan, Yi Xian suddenly fell into a trance. Ambassador Nan lowered her head slightly and said softly, I'm sorry. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, this woman is not simple, you should not play with her. Yi Xian looked at Ambassador Nan in front of him, and said with a smile, What are you apologizing for? You helped me in the past, not to mention using me. Even if you sold me this favor, I will return it to you. Hearing this, Ambassador Nan's right hand trembled slightly. Return the favor. When Yi Xian first came, he did not do it to return the favor, but he really treated her as a friend. But now, he said he was returning the favor. Yi Xian's voice was still so gentle, and his smile was still so bright, but she knew that they were estranged. At this moment, Ambassador Nan suddenly regretted. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, I might have some trouble, so I won't stay here. Island Lord Nan, we will meet again. Then he walked out with Tu Chen. Ambassador Nan suddenly asked, Are you angry? Yi Xian left the house without looking back. After leaving the house, Yi Xian directly let everyone out of the immortal treasure world. Somewhere in the sky, Yi Xian stopped. He looked up into the distance and said softly, I treat her as a friend. When I came here, I thought that even if I have to become enemies with the whole universe, I will protect her. As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. Small pagoda. I suddenly noticed something. All along the way, I've gotten to know many women, and I suddenly noticed that if it wasn't for my father and Qing, do you think they would give a damn about me? Xiao Ta was silent for a long time. Young master, your question is like a rich second generation asking a woman in the secular world, Are you following me for my money? The answer is definitely yes. Saying this, he hesitated and then said, Young master, it's not that I want to hurt you, but the reason why Ambassador Nan chose you was not because of you, but because of me, Xiao Ta. He took a fancy to me, Xiao Ta. And then for my sake he chose you. Yi Xian. P.S. Yesterday there was a plot related to the Milky Way. Many readers are cursing. Don't worry. The only sword will not write a plot related to the Milky Way. The plot related to the Milky Way will only appear in the chapters or in the next book. Here, it can only be regarded as a foreshadowing. As for the end of the book, don't ask. Just like the sword domain, maybe one day it will suddenly be finished, and no one will expect it. Chapter 2145. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened when he heard Xiao Ta. Damn it. I really want to smash this damned pagoda. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta spoke abruptly. Young master, don't worry about this. We've already repaid the debt, so we're even. If I'm not wrong, then the immortal Taoist temple will definitely come looking for trouble with you. Prepare for battle. Don't worry, I'll be the vanguard this time. With Xiao Ta here, I guarantee that nothing bad will happen to you. Yi Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, a woman walked over slowly from afar. The woman wore a blue dress, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She seemed very quiet and elegant. Yi Xian frowned slightly. She wouldn't be from the immortal Taoist temple, right? Tu Chen spoke abruptly. Stop. The woman smiled. Young Master Yi, I'm Shui Yan, the island master of Mizar Island. Island master. Yi Xian gazed at Shui Yan. Is something the matter? Shui Yan grinned. Young Master Yi, I'm aware of what happened earlier. I came here to remind you that you possess the profound heaven token. So long as you don't leave my immortal treasure world, then we have the responsibility to protect you. Yi Xian smiled. What if they attack my immortal treasure world? Shui Yan fell silent for a moment, and then she said, Then we're powerless to do anything. We can only protect you. Yi Xian nodded. I appreciate Miss Shui Yan's good intentions. Shui Yan glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, Young Master Yi, take care. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Shui Yan, why did you come to warn me? Shui Yan smiled. Young Master Yi, what do you think of the master of Southern Angel Island? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, She has unique insight and is extremely intelligent. Shui Yan nodded. Indeed. Unfortunately, she's too intelligent. Yi Xian looked at Shui Yan. Shui Yan faintly smiled. She looks harmless on the surface, but in reality, no one in my celestial treasure pavilion can compare to her in terms of scheming. The reason why Island Lord Tianxian is targeting her is because she has gone too far. Yi Xian smiled and said, Island Master Shui Yan, why are you telling me this? Shui Yan faintly smiled. I just want to remind young Master Yi that this matter is only the beginning and not the end. Yi Xian frowned. Shui Yan continued. Now that Xian Yun is dead, the immortal Taoist faction will definitely not let this matter rest. Yi Xian said solemnly. She wants our profound world to fight with the immortal Taoist temple. Shui Yan nodded. Yi Xian was puzzled. What's in it for her? Just as Shui Yan was about to speak, she suddenly turned her head. The sound of a bell came from the distant immortal treasure world. Seeing this, Shui Yan frowned slightly. Yi Xian asked, What's the matter? Shui Yan said solemnly, The immortal bell has rung. All island masters must rush over immediately. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian and said, Let's go back to the previous topic. Young Master Yi, do you know why she used you? Yi Xian smiled and said, Tell me about it. Shui Yan's lips curled up slightly. Her wisdom is unparalleled, but she made a huge mistake. She underestimated young Master Yi's wisdom. Perhaps in the beginning, young Master Yi was like Xian Yun in her heart, a brainless second generation. However, she never expected that young Master Yi was also a smart person. As she spoke, she shook her head slightly. Young Master Yi, you treat her as a friend, but she treats you as a wooden club. As she spoke, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian looked at the disappearing Shui Yan and shook his head with a smile. This immortal treasure pavilion is really interesting. The internal strife has actually reached such a degree. At the side, Nan Weiyang said solemnly, Young Master, we have to leave Universe Observatory. Yi Xian shook his head. It's too late. Nan Weiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then South Envoy. Yi Xian smiled and said, don't be angry. The reason she chose me from the beginning was very clear. Now that we have returned the favor, we are even. Nan Weiyang nodded slightly. Yi Xian said softly, if I'm not wrong, the experts of Immortal Taoist Temple should be on their way. Under normal circumstances, Immortal Taoist Temple would not become her chess piece. In other words, if Immortal Taoist Temple targets me. At this point she narrowed her eyes. If the Immortal Taoist Temple is targeting me, then there's only one explanation. The one who's truly allied with the Immortal Taoist Temple isn't Tianxian, but South Envoy. Xian Yun is just a sacrifice. Nan Weiyang said solemnly. Will Immortal Taoist Temple fight us to the death? Yi Xian nodded. I'm afraid they will. Nan Weiyang frowned. Why? Yi Xian said solemnly. If I'm not wrong, she must have revealed my Azure Profound Sword and Xiaota to Immortal Taoist Temple. Nan Weiyang frowned. I don't understand. She has seen the terrifying strength of Mistress and young Master's sister. Yi Xian suddenly said. Immortal Taoist Temple has not seen it. In other words, she not only plotted against us, but also Immortal Taoist Temple. Moreover, it is the kind of plotting against Immortal Taoist Temple. Hearing this, Nan Weiyang's face instantly turned cold. Isn't she afraid that we will kill her? Yi Xian shook his head. She is not afraid. Nan Weiyang looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian smiled and said, because we owe her a favor. Moreover, she has not taken the initiative to attack us. How can we kill her? Nan Weiyang's face became more and more ugly. Yi Xian said softly, not only us and Immortal Taoist Temple. If I am not wrong, Immortal Treasure Pavilion is also within her calculations. She is plotting something big. Nan Weiyang said solemnly, you may know a person's face but not their heart. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Now we have a headache because this is an overt plot. Just watch. When Immortal Taoist Temple arrives, they will definitely attack us like mad dogs. On the surface, they will take revenge for Xian Yun, but in reality, they want to devour my sword and Xiaota, as well as our entire Xian world. After all, we did not bring many people this time. Nan Weiyang looked at Yi Xian. Young master, must we follow this woman's script? Yi Xian was silent for a long time then said, yes. Yes. Hearing this, he suddenly felt a trace of helplessness in his heart. This Nan Shi's overt plot was impossible to break. Yi Xian suddenly looked into the distance. Not far from the horizon, a powerful aura swept over. Obviously, the experts of Immortal Taoist Temple had arrived. Nan Weiyang hesitated for a moment, and then she said, I hope young master is wrong. Yi Xian smiled. I hope so. Meanwhile, a few dozen people appeared in front of Yi Xian's group. The person in the lead was an old man who held a walking stick, and he wore a green Taoist robe. There were 12 black-robed figures behind him, and all of them actually possessed half-step Saint Hearts. They didn't possess Saint Hearts. Even in this universe, a sacred heart was in existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Nan Weiyang gazed at the old man in the lead and spoke in a low voice. Your Excellency, about this. The old man spoke abruptly, kill. Leave no one alive. Leave no one alive. Not a single one. His attitude was very clear. Nan Weiyang's expression instantly turned cold when she witnessed this scene. Obviously, Yi Xian was completely right. As soon as the voice of the old man with the walking stick faded away, the experts behind him immediately dashed toward Yi Xian and the others. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Nan Weiyang's eyes. Protect the young master. As soon as she finished speaking, the 16 god slayers behind Yi Xian suddenly dashed out. As soon as they dashed out, several shrill screams rang out in the distance. Yi Xian was quite shocked as he gazed at Tu Chun and the others. Tu Chun and the others were only at the half-step Saint Heart, but their combat strength was extraordinarily terrifying. Among the 4 gods other than Nan Weiyang, the other 3 gods also rushed over. They were crushed. Even though Yi Xian's group didn't have an advantage in numbers, their combat strength was able to crush the old man's group. Of course, this was normal. After all, All the experts he brought with him were the strongest experts of the dark world, whereas the experts of the immortal Taoist temple that the old man had brought with him were definitely not the best. The old man with the walking stick was stunned. They're that strong? Did Nan Weiyang give us the wrong information? As he thought about this, the immortal Taoist temple had lost over 10 experts, and more were falling incessantly. They weren't a match for them at all. The old man with the walking stick hurriedly said, "Stop." However, Tu Chun and the others didn't stop. Not only did they not stop, but they even sped up. The old man with the walking stick suddenly shouted fiercely, "How dare you!" As he spoke, he suddenly charged towards Yi Xian. Obviously, he wanted to capture the leader first. Yi Xian gazed silently at the old man with the walking stick from afar. Right at this moment, an afterimage suddenly flashed in front of Yi Xian. In the next moment, the old man with the walking stick in the distance was directly slashed and sent flying several thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, a cold light directly flashed through his throat. Hiss! The old man's head shot up into the sky while blood sprayed out like a fountain. It was an extremely shocking scene. Instant kill. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed into the distance. There stood 2 black-clothed men with daggers in their hands. It was these 2 black-clothed men who'd attacked just now. Yi Xian frowned slightly. These 2 black-clothed men weren't the 16 god slayers, nor were they the 4 god slayers. Most importantly, even though they weren't at the Sacred Heart realm, they still made him feel slightly dangerous. After all, he was at the Sacred Heart realm, yet they were actually able to make him feel slightly dangerous. The 2 black-clothed men suddenly put away their daggers, and then they bowed deeply to Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at them. "Who are you?" One of them said in a hoarse voice. "Heavenly punishment, earthly destruction." "Heavenly punishment? Earthly destruction?" Yi Xian gazed at Nan Weiyang. Nan Weiyang hesitated for a moment before she said, "I don't know." Yi Xian gazed at Tu Chun, and Tu Chun shook his head. "I don't know. I don't know any of them." Yi Xian looked at the 2 black-clothed men again. At this time, one of them bowed respectfully again. "We are only responsible to Mistress. Outsiders don't know us." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "You've been following me?" The black-clothed man nodded. "Mistress has instructed us to follow young master at all times to ensure young master's safety." Yi Xian was silent. These 2 had been following him for so long, yet he hadn't noticed them. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, didn't you sense them?" Xiao Ta smiled proudly. "Young master, you're too narrow-minded. With my current strength, do I need to care about these petty tricks? I, Xiao Ta, am never a show-off. In one sentence, I'm indifferent to life and death. If you can't accept it, then fight." Yi Xian. Chapter 2146. Yi Xian was speechless. Since Qing had transformed Xiao Ta, he'd become so arrogant that he almost didn't recognize himself. He was truly unable to figure out how Xiao Ta had become so flashy. Meanwhile, the situation had become completely one-sided with the addition of Heaven's Might and Earthen Annihilation. The experts of the temple didn't even have a chance to flee, and they'd been annihilated in less than an instant. Of course, Yi Xian didn't stand by idly, and he immediately put away the cores of the universe. Moreover, he utilized the green profound sword to absorb the souls of all the experts of the temple. These souls were simply great nourishment to the green profound sword. However, it was very difficult for the green profound sword to improve right now unless it devoured even stronger souls like those at the Sacred Heart realm. Something worthy of mentioning was that not a single person on Yi Xian's side had perished. They'd been completely crushed. Tu Chun walked slowly over to Yi Xian, and then he opened his palm to reveal a pile of spatial rings. "Young master, the spoils of the battle." Yi Xian glanced at the spatial rings and smiled. "I'll keep those cores of the universe. All of you keep these." Tu Chun shook his head. "They belong to you, young master." Yi Xian glanced at Tu Chun and the others, and he was slightly curious. "Why are all of you so loyal to me?" Tu Chun replied, "You're the young master." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Why are all of you so loyal to my mother?" Tu Chun hesitated for a moment before he said, "Mistress saved my 16 brothers." Not only that, she even gave us cultivation techniques and cultivation resources. If it wasn't for her, my 16 brothers would have died all those years ago. Yi Xian gazed at Nan Weiyang. What about all of you? Nan Weiyang grinned. She gave us a new lease on life. If it wasn't for her, then not to mention attaining the half-step sacred heart, we wouldn't even be able to attain the 6th level of the eternal heart realm. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. He knew that these people in front of him had received kindness from him, and the reason they respected him so much was actually because of his mother. Of course, he wouldn't mind it in the slightest. Yi Xian glanced at the storage rings in Tu Chen's hand and said, You can keep them. Tu Chen was somewhat hesitant. Yi Xian smiled and said, This is an order. Tu Chen didn't hesitate any longer when he heard this, and he immediately accepted the spatial rings. Yi Xian looked at Sky's Retribution and Earth's Destroyer. Aside from him, the strongest was Sky's Retribution and Earth's Destroyer. These two assassins must have been carefully trained by his mother. Yi Xian looked at the two of them. Other than the two of you, is there anyone else secretly protecting me? God's Retribution hesitated and said, There is one. Who? Yi Xian asked with a smile. God's Retribution said in a low voice, Evil arrival. Yi Xian frowned. Evil advent? Sky's Retribution nodded. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, Is it a man or a woman? Sky's Retribution shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian gazed at Sky's Retribution. Sky's Retribution hesitated for a moment and said, I only heard Madam mention it once. As for whether it's a man or a woman, we don't know. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, he thought of the spatial ring in Xiao Ta's possession. Perhaps it was because his mother had almost caused him to die, and she hadn't been with him when he was young. So she felt guilty in her heart, and she wanted to make it up to him like crazy. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, and his heart felt warm. Meanwhile, Nan Weiyang suddenly said, Young master, what should we do now? Yi Xian smiled and said, Let's go to the temple and talk. Nan Weiyang was slightly hesitant. Young master, can we talk? Yi Xian chuckled lightly and said, After so many of them died, they should be able to calm down a bit. Let's go. As he spoke, all of them left. As for Sky's Retribution and Earth's Destroyer, they hid themselves once more. Not long after Yi Xian and the others left, a woman suddenly appeared here. This woman was South Envoy. South Envoy looked at the distant horizon in silence. Meanwhile, the Immortal Ambassador and the Left Envoy appeared by her side. The Immortal Ambassador hesitated for a moment and said, Island Lord. At this point, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Vice Pavilion Lord. Vice Pavilion Lord. At this moment, South Envoy had been promoted from Island Lord to Vice Pavilion Lord, and her status in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was only second to the mysterious Pavilion Lord. It could be said that she was truly below one and above all. South Envoy chuckled and said, Do you think the Immortal Tao Temple will talk to them? The Immortal Ambassador nodded and said, They will. South Envoy smiled and said, Go on. The Immortal Ambassador said in a low voice, Young Master Yi isn't an ordinary person, and he possesses a terrifying force that isn't inferior to the Immortal Tao Temple. If the Immortal Tao Temple chooses not to talk, then it will be a mutual destruction, and they will absolutely not go down with him. The Left Envoy nodded slightly and said, Immortal Ambassador's words make sense. The Immortal Tao Temple doesn't have the courage to go down with them. Moreover, the Temple Lord of the Immortal Tao Temple definitely knows that we tricked them, and now they... At this point he didn't continue. South Envoy said softly, You're wrong. The two of them looked at South Envoy. South Envoy chuckled and said, Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. But unfortunately, you've underestimated the Immortal Tao Temple. You've greatly underestimated them. The Immortal Ambassador frowned slightly and said, What do you mean? South Envoy smiled and said, Perhaps even now, the two of you are still wondering why young Master Yi has such a terrifying expert behind him, and why I still schemed against him and became enemies with him, right? The Immortal Ambassador and the Left Envoy nodded. How terrifying was the woman in the plain dress? Even thinking about it now, they still felt their scalps tingle. That was a godlike person. South Envoy looked into the distance and said softly, "Some of the rules of this world are unfair, and we don't have the ability to break these unfair rules. But the person behind him can. I want to use him to break those unfair rules." Hearing this, the two of them understood. The Southern Envoy wanted to borrow the power of the force behind Yi Xian. The immortal ambassador suddenly said, "Deputy Pavilion Lord, the Pavilion Lord. Is this the Pavilion Lord's intention?" "Pavilion Lord." South Envoy was slightly stunned and then said softly, "If she was willing, why would I need to borrow young Master Ye's hand? The Pavilion Lord. She's not interested in these things. Now, she might have even forgotten about us. It's been more than 1,000 years. I haven't seen her for more than 1,000 years. And I haven't received her orders. Has she returned to her hometown that she's been longing for?" The immortal ambassador and the immortal ambassador were silent. Pavilion Lord. They had never seen this mysterious Pavilion Lord before. Some people might not believe it if they said it out. Only the 7 Pavilion Lords had seen her. But now, even the 7 Pavilion Lords had not seen the Pavilion Lord for a long time. South Envoy suddenly said, "Tell them to immediately recall all the experts outside." After saying that, she turned and left. 2 hours ago, after Island Lord Shuiyan parted ways with Yi Xian, she returned to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The 6 island lords gathered. Only South Envoy was left. The 6 of them sat facing each other in silence. At this time, a woman slowly walked into the hall. The 6 of them turned around to look at her. It was South Envoy. South Envoy walked over to the seat of the Lord of the main hall and sat down. The expressions of the other 6 island lords changed slightly when they saw this. That was the position of Island Lord. South Envoy suddenly said, "From this moment onward, I'm the Vice Pavilion Lord of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. From today onward, besides the Pavilion Lord, everything I say goes." As she spoke, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the 6 of them. The expressions of the other 6 changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The Saint Heart Realm. This is the Saint Heart Realm. A true saint? South Envoy has actually attained the true saint realm? Meanwhile, South Envoy suddenly glanced at them and said, "Who agrees and who objects?" The hall was deathly silent. Yi Xian led the group to the Immortal World. The Immortal World was much larger than the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. As soon as Yi Xian and the others entered the Immortal World, a few dozen powerful divine senses enveloped them. Subsequently, the space before Yi Xian and the others suddenly split open, and then a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk walked out slowly. This man was the Temple Lord of the Immortal Tao Temple, Vast Immortal. Vast Immortal looked at Yi Xian with a calm expression and said, "Young Master Yi, are you here to annihilate my Immortal Tao Temple?" Yi Xian immediately frowned when he heard this. Judging from his attitude, it doesn't seem like he wants to negotiate. At this moment, he knew that he'd made a mistake. Vast Immortal looked at Yi Xian and said, "Really?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Temple Lord Vast Immortal, I'm really quite curious. With your intelligence, you should know that this is a trap set up by South Envoy." Vast Immortal's expression was calm as he said, "You're wrong. It's a trap set up by both of us. However, she concealed the true strength of you and the Xian world. Of course, that's because I was too careless." Yi Xian frowned slightly and said, "In order to set up this trap, you even caused your son to die?" Vast Immortal looked at Yi Xian and said, "He's just a disappointing son. It doesn't matter if he's dead. I still have a few hundred sons. What's wrong with that?" Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his father was already very benevolent and righteous. Although his father also caused trouble for him, he didn't cause him to die. His father was not as good as the best, but he was better than the worst. Yi Xian recollected his thoughts and said, "What exactly are you planning?" Vast Immortal looked at Yi Xian and said, "You have 2 godly items on you. One is a godly sword. This sword can ignore any space and time, and is extremely sharp. The other is Xiao Ta. The time inside is different from the time outside. In other words, 10 years inside is equivalent to 1 day outside, right? Yi Xian fell silent. He was not surprised. After all, he had always used the green profound sword, and he had given it to South Envoy before. As for Xiao Ta, although South Envoy had never entered Xiao Ta, other beasts had entered Xiao Ta. For example, Shen Zhao and others, and even earlier. With South Envoy's influence, it wasn't difficult for him to investigate this. At this moment Xiao Ta suddenly laughed and said, "His target is me. Young master, he said that his target is me. Haha. Today, I, Xiao Ta, will destroy this immortal Dao temple. Even 3 swords won't be able to protect them." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ta rushed out of Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian. P.S. The smell of the ticket. Chapter 2147. Now Small Tower did what it said it would do, overflowing with aggressiveness. The moment he charged out of Yi Xian's body, he charged at the Firmament Immortal. The Firmament Immortal frowned when he saw Xiao Ta charging at him. Then, he threw a punch and countless rays of white light surged out from his punch. Boom! As a shocking explosion sounded out, the white light was instantly destroyed. Following that, the celestial firmament was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. When he finally stopped, his right arm was instantly destroyed. Not only his right arm, but even his body was completely cracked at this moment. Dumbfounded. Everyone in the area was dumbfounded, including Yi Xian himself. Damn it! Is this Xiao Ta so powerful? The Firmament Immortal did not have a sacred heart, but he did have a half-step sacred heart. Furthermore, it was definitely not an ordinary sacred heart. However, he was not stronger than Xiao Ta. The Firmament Immortal looked at Xiao Ta in disbelief. "You," Xiao Ta burst out laughing. "How ridiculous! How dare you covet the #1 pagoda in the all heavens and realms? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you are worthy of my loyalty?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged into the distance. The entire world of immortals turned illusory after the collision. His strength was too terrifying. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. Damn it! The pagoda's current strength was simply too terrifying. Even he was somewhat fearful of this collision. In the distance, the Celestial's expression changed when he saw the tiny pagoda charging towards him. And then he suddenly waved the horsetail whisk in his left hand. In an instant, the horsetail whisk transformed into a river that was tens of thousands of meters long. Boundless energy poured out from the river and blasted towards the tiny pagoda. In an instant, the entire space in the surroundings started to boil violently like water that was boiling. At this moment Xiao Ta charged at him. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 zhang long river turned into dust. The next moment, the celestial firmament was sent flying tens of thousands of zhang away. This time, when he stopped moving, his physical body was destroyed and only his soul was left. Yi Xian and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. From afar, Xiao Ta suddenly laughed. That's it. Yi Xian was speechless. The Firmament Immortal glared at Xiao Ta, his eyes filled with anger and malevolence. He was actually looked down upon by a pagoda. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly smiles disdainfully. Immortal Dao Temple, all of you come at me together. I'm invincible, so do whatever you want. Yi Xian was speechless. Little Soul suddenly said, Young Lord, don't you care about it? Yi Xian's face darkened. I'm afraid it doesn't even care about Dad now, let alone me. Let it continue to float. I can't stay cool for more than 3 days. It should be about the same. Xiao Hun. From afar, Xiao Ta was trembling slightly. Powerful auras continuously surged out from its body. At this moment, it gave off a feeling that it was the only supreme being in this world. The Firmament Immortal glared at Xiao Ta, his face extremely ugly. Destroy it. Destroy it. Just as he finished speaking, many mysterious experts from the Immortal Dao Temple appeared in the surroundings. Yi Xian took a glance at them, but there was still no Sacred Heart state. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that this Immortal Dao Temple doesn't have Sacred Heart state? That shouldn't be the case. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young Lord, Watch and see how I destroy the immortal Tao Temple. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly rammed forward again. He didn't know any martial arts, he only knew how to ram. However, it was really terrifying because after being modified by Qing it had undergone earth-shattering changes. Especially the horn on its head. That horn was something that could withstand the Qingxian sword. Xiao Ta directly faced the group of immortal Tao Temple's experts head-on. His fighting style was very simple. He just rammed forward and hit whoever he hit. Although it was a random attack, Yi Xian and the others realized that the group of immortal Tao Temple's experts couldn't do anything to him. Because he was too tough. Even those half-step Sacred Heart State experts couldn't do anything to him. Just like that, Xiao Ta used the power of a pagoda to fight the entire immortal Tao Temple head-on. Yi Xian and the others who were standing at the side were dumbfounded. Next to Yi Xian, Nan Weiyang said, "Do you need help?" Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta and was about to speak when Xiao Ta suddenly laughed. "Young lord, I'm invincible, don't help me." Yi Xian. Nan Weiyang's expression became a little strange. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Kill." Just as he finished speaking, the group of experts beside him directly rushed out. He knew that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Since it couldn't be resolved peacefully, he chose to kill them all. Right at this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian and said angrily, "Young lord, I already said I don't want to help." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Hearing this, Xiao Ta was shocked and hurriedly said, "Young lord, whatever you say." Yi Xian's face was expressionless. "Come back." Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, and then turned into a ray of light, and returned to Yi Xian. Xiao Ta said softly, "Young lord, I just want to help you." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta. "Do you want me to call you young lord in the future?" Xiao Ta said subconsciously, "Really? Dang." As it spoke, it seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly changed its words. "This isn't too good." Yi Xian sighed softly. He was not really angry with Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta and him had been relying on each other for a long time. Although they usually laughed and joked around, they were still very close to each other. He actually understood Xiao Ta a little. Why? Because he and Small Pagoda had truly been too miserable in the past. They would be beaten up wherever they went. They had been holding it in for too long. Now that they had finally changed their fate, how could they not be arrogant? In fact, he also wanted to be arrogant. However, he still held it in. Low profile. A true expert would always be low profile and act like an expert. As Tu Chun and the others joined in, another massacre started. From afar, the Tsang Immortal was shocked when he saw that the experts on his side were no match for Tu Chun and the others. At this moment, he realized that the experts from the mystic world were extremely powerful. The Tsang Immortal immediately said, "Get out of the formation, get out." Before he could finish his sentence, a sword suddenly pierced through his throat. Qi. A stream of blood spurted out from the Tsang Immortal's throat. Yi Xian had made his move. However, he had concealed his true strength, and the sword that he had used was not the Qingxian sword. The Tsang Immortal looked at Yi Xian from afar, and his eyes were filled with fear, as if he had discovered something. "You!" Yi Xian raised his finger and swept it across the air. Qi. The Qingxian sword pierced into the Tsang Immortal's body. In an instant, the Tsang Immortal was completely absorbed by the Qingxian sword. Instant kill. Seeing this, the experts from the Celestial Taoist Temple were shocked. The temple leader was killed just like that? What else could they do? At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from the depths of the Celestial Taoist Temple. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The aura of a Sacred Heart expert. This Celestial Taoist Temple really did have a Sacred Heart expert. Yi Xian looked into the distance. Not far away, an old man was walking slowly towards him. The old man was dressed in plain clothes, and his face was old. Judging from his appearance, he did not look like someone at the Sacred Heart realm at all. Instead, he looked more like an old man with one foot in the grave. The old man walked slowly to a place not far away from Yi Xian, and looked at Yi Xian. "Are you a Sacred Heart expert?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No." The old man chuckled. "You are too humble." Yi Xian smiled. "What do you think about this matter?" The old man stared at Yi Xian. It is impossible to be kind. Yi Xian smiled. Indeed. Saying this, he turned to look at Tu Chun and the others. Everyone work hard. Remember, in this celestial Taoist temple, do not let a chicken or a dog go. Do not let a chicken or a dog go. Hearing this, Tu Chun and the others immediately started to fight with their lives. In front of Yi Xian, the old man smiled. What big words! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw a punch at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly threw Xiao Ta at the old man. Xiao Ta! Boom! With a loud explosion, Xiao Ta and Xiao Ta retreated at the same time. After the old man stopped, he looked at his right hand and saw that there were countless cracks on his fist. The old man furrowed his brows when he saw this. Beside him, Yi Xian was also a little shocked. This Xiao Ta could even injure a Sacred Heart expert? How fierce! At this moment, the old man looked at Tiny Pagoda, and he was just about to attack when numerous shrill cries suddenly resounded in his ears. The old man turned his head. In the next moment, his expression changed because he found that the Xian world experts were crazily slaughtering the experts of the Celestial Dao sect. Slaughter. The old man's expression was extremely unsightly because he hadn't expected the gap in combat strength between them to be so huge. The old man gazed at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Continue killing." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and Xiao Ta charged forward. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Xiao Ta charge towards him. In the next moment, he flipped his right hand, and in an instant the entire world was overturned. The world was overturned. However, Xiao Ta didn't care about anything and just charged forward. Rumble. This collision caused the world to be shattered by Xiao Ta. At the same time, the entire immortal Dao world started to shatter. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. In an instant, the Qingxian sword in his hand suddenly flew out. In an instant, the heads of hundreds of experts from the immortal Dao world shot into the sky. A few hundred heads with a single swing of the sword. The remaining experts from the immortal Dao world were horrified when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated explosively. All of them looked at Yi Xian, as if they were looking at a devil. On the other hand, the old man gazed at Yi Xian with astonishment. Yi Xian gazed at the old man and grinned. Can we talk now? The old man stared at Yi Xian. Do you know who's standing behind my immortal Dao sect? Yi Xian thought for a moment and smiled. Yi Xian, never care about how strong the backing of others is. In any case, it's not as strong as mine. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and the green profound sword flew out. In an instant, the heads of hundreds of experts from the immortal Dao sect flew into the sky, and blood sprayed into the sky like a fountain. It was an extremely bloody scene. Yi Xian suddenly said, Tu Zong. Tu Zong. Chapter 2148. Slaughter them just like that. After receiving Yi Xian's order, Tu Chun and the others beside him immediately rushed out. In an instant, the entire temple was covered in corpses. The old man looked at Yi Xian and said fiercely, My temple is backed by the Profound Sword Celestial Sect. The Profound Sword Celestial Sect. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. When he'd just attained the Sacred Heart realm, he'd encountered a mysterious expert who called himself the Profound Sword Celestial Sect as soon as he entered the chaotic world. When he saw Yi Xian's expression, the old man said fiercely, Looks like you've heard of the Profound Sword Celestial Sect. Yi Xian smiled slightly. So what? The old man stared at Yi Xian. We're from the Profound Sword Celestial Sect. Yi Xian smiled. Is that all? The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You dare to disregard the Profound Sword Celestial Sect? Yi Xian opened his palm, and the azure sword suddenly flew out. In an instant, all the remaining experts from the immortal Dao sect were slaughtered. Tu Zong. The old man's expression changed greatly. You dare to disregard the Profound Sword Celestial Sect. Yi Xian ignored the old man and turned to look to the right. There was a woman standing in the clouds tens of thousands of meters away. It was Envoy Nan. Yi Xian looked at Envoy Nan and said, Miss Envoy Nan, I, Yi Xian, repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. You helped me that day. So I'm willing to be schemed against by you and repay your kindness. We're truly even. From today onwards, if you dare to scheme against me again, then you're my enemy. Since you're my enemy, then I, Yi Xian, will not show mercy. With that he turned and left. Gazing at Yi Xian in the distance, the southern ambassador remained silent. As Yi Xian left, Tu Chun and the others hurried to follow him. They didn't kill the old man, because they couldn't. If a Saint Heart Realm expert did not want to fight and wanted to leave, they would not be able to kill him. The old man naturally did not dare to stop Yi Xian and the others. What a joke, he was alone now. How could he dare to stop Yi Xian and the others? At this moment, the old man calmed down. Yi Xian was not afraid of the Mystic Sword Celestial sect. If one did not know about the Mystic Sword Immortal sect, one would be ignorant and fearless. However, Yi Xian knew about the Mystic Sword Immortal sect, and was not afraid. What did this mean? It meant that he was confident. The old man turned to look at Envoy Nan in the distance, as if he had thought of something. His face was extremely gloomy. Envoy Nan, you're underestimating the Mystic Sword Celestial sect. They were able to dominate the Chaos world for so many years. How could they be fools? You will suffer the consequences of your own actions. With that he turned around and left. The southern envoy remained silent for a long time before he turned around and left. On the other side, Yi Xian left Universe Observatory with everyone, and returned to the Profound World. After Yi Xian returned to the Profound World, he immediately brought Tu Chun and the four gods to Xiaota. Of course, heavenly execution and earthly extermination were also included. It had to be said that Tu Chun and the others were petrified after entering Xiaota. Time was different. Yi Xian opened his palm and placed all the star veins and heart of the universe that he had collected before in front of everyone. He looked at them and said, "Your goal is the Sacred Heart Realm." The Sacred Heart Realm. Everyone was stunned. It was extremely difficult to attain the Sacred Heart Realm, because one had to temper their heart of the universe over and over again. This process was painful and difficult. It could be described as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You don't have confidence?" Tu Chun hesitated for a moment and said, "Young master, it's a bit difficult." Yi Xian smiled and said, 10 years in this world is 1 day in the outside world. I'll give you 1 month, which is 900 years. Is that enough? 900 years. Yi Xian said again. In these 900 years, I'll satisfy any cultivation resources you need. There's time in cultivation resources. Tu Chun immediately said, "Sure." The four gods nodded one after another. At this moment, they were a little excited. Opportunity. The Xiaotao in front of them was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Originally, it was not impossible for them to attain the Sacred Heart Realm. After all, to be able to reach this point, their talents were naturally not weak. What did they lack? It was time and cultivation resources. But now, Yi Xian was giving them cultivation time and resources. After making arrangements for everyone, Yi Xian left Xiaota. He did not continue cultivating, because it was very difficult for him to improve after attaining the Sacred Heart Realm. Moreover, he also wanted to settle down. Yi Xian strolled leisurely in the Profound World. After a while, he came to a forest. In the bamboo forest, Yi Xian walked slowly. Around him, leaves fell from time to time. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly closed his eyes slowly. Calm the mind. Calm the mind and all things are clear. Focus the mind. Clear the world. After a long time, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He suddenly stabbed forward lightly. The sword pierced the leaf. In an instant, the leaf withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as it was about to completely turn into ashes, a strange scene suddenly appeared. The leaf suddenly returned to normal, as if it was returning to its youth. Not only that, after the leaf returned to normal, it began to grow roots. Then the roots grew bigger and bigger. After a while, a decimal number appeared in his hand. However, it was not over yet. Not long after, the small tree grew bigger and bigger. In the end, an ancient tree that was several zhang tall appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the ancient tree in front of him. He was silent. Reverse. He'd first utilized the energy of the passage of time to cause the leaf to pass swiftly, and then he'd utilized the energy of reverse time to reverse the leaf. However, it was different this time. He wasn't reversing the future. He was reversing the past. What was reverse future? Reverse future was to slash the future with a single strike of the sword. When he drew his sword at this moment, the future would appear. What was reverse past? It was to recreate the scenes that had passed in the past. Time flowed by. What was the passage of time? The past was a manifestation of the passage of time. When time could be traced, then it could be controlled. Just like space in the past. Those with weak strength probably didn't even know what space was, let alone sense it. However, those with great strength couldn't just tear space apart at will, they could even leap through space. Anything that could be traced could be controlled, including time. Some experts in the past were able to reverse time, but it was extremely short. For example, they could make one's time slightly slower than their opponent's. Actually, this was heaven-defying as well. However, as his strength increased, he noticed that such an ability wasn't very threatening to some formidable experts. Because if one could reverse time for a short while, then so could their opponent. However, the reverse he'd just executed was completely different from the reverse of those experts. What was the source of a leaf? Naturally, it was a tree. If a sword could slash the future, why couldn't it slash the past? Slash it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's right hand suddenly began to exert force. How could he slash it? Slash the opponent's past with one sword? At first glance, it sounded very mysterious. If a person's past was slashed, then would that person's present still exist? Yi Xian fell silent. He noticed that his head was suddenly aching. A moment later, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the ancient tree in front of him. In the next moment, he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, the space-time in front of him directly distorted. After a long time, Yi Xian's entire body became illusory. Then the space-time in which he was in began to abstract, like rippling water. After a few breaths, Yi Xian returned to a quarter of an hour ago. Forcefully reverse. At this moment, the ancient tree in front of him was just a leaf. Yi Xian slashed with his sword. Chi. The leaf was directly annihilated. In the next moment, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He noticed that his body and soul were actually disappearing bit by bit. Yi Xian's heart was filled with shock. What happened? Yi Xian did not have time to think too much. He quickly used the green profound sword to return to the present. When he returned to the present, Yi Xian discovered that his body and soul were illusory. Not only that, he also discovered that he did not seem to be in this space-time. Could it be that he had not returned from the past? Yi Xian's heart was filled with shock. What was going on? At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly chuckled. Young master, who asked you to play around with time? Now you're confused, aren't you? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Xiao Ta, do you know what my current situation is? Xiao Ta said, I don't know. Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. Because he discovered that his body and soul seemed to be disappearing. Yi Xian's heart was filled with shock. He quickly opened his right hand. Xiao Han, suppress me. As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword merged with him. Bang! When the green profound sword merged with him, Yi Xian discovered that his body and soul, that seemed to be disappearing, were slowly returning to normal. Seeing this, Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief. However, he discovered that the world around him was not right. He was still not in the original space-time. In other words, he had not returned to the time before he returned to the future. Right now he was still in a strange space-time phase. The future? Or the past? Yi Xian was stunned. He felt that he had played with himself until he was crippled. What was going on? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. Xiao Ta appeared in his hand, and Xiao Ta also became illusory. F***CK. Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up. F***CK. That's impossible. I am the #1 tower in the heavens and realms. How could I disappear? Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta in front of him. Xiao Tao was disappearing at a very terrifying speed. It was not the flow of time. He couldn't tell what kind of power it was. However, he carefully discovered that although Xiao Tao was disappearing, Arya's horn was not disappearing. However, Arya's horn was also undergoing a subtle change. It seemed to be fading. What was going on? Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, Xiao Tao suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Young lord, quickly take me back." Yi Xian said indifferently, "Didn't you say that you are the #1 tower in the heavens and realms? Don't be afraid." Xiao Tao was a little panicked. "Young lord, if you don't take me back, Tu Chun and the others in the tower will all die." Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly took Xiao Tao back into his body. At this moment, Little Soul suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Young lord, I am also disappearing." Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He discovered that the green profound sword was also disappearing. Yi Xian's face turned pale. F***ck. I've gone too far. At this moment, a sword that appeared out of nowhere suddenly fell in front of Yi Xian. The next moment, the time and space around Yi Xian trembled violently. Walking sword. The walking sword suddenly slashed lightly. Chi. Yi Xian suddenly heard a tearing sound, as if something was torn apart. At this moment, an extremely terrifying voice suddenly came from all around. "Who dares to tear the barrier of time and reverse time? Are you tired of living? F***ck. So it's the Destiny Boss." The Time Master greets the Destiny Boss. "Destiny Boss, I kowtow to you." Thump. The sound of kowtowing echoed in the endless universe. "PS monthly ticket? F***ck. I kowtow to you." Chapter 2149. Kowtow. Yi Xian was struck dumb by the sound of the kowtow. What the hell? At that moment, the walking sword suddenly floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then held the walking sword. The next moment, he felt the world before him shatter. Then the world returned to normal. Yi Xian looked around, and his eyes were a little dazed. It was still the same bamboo forest, but he had a feeling that it was a lifetime ago. In front of him, the ancient tree from before was gone. What the hell happened? Yi Xian looked at the walking sword in his hand and said softly, "Qing'er." At this moment, the space in front of Yi Xian suddenly trembled slightly. In the next moment, a beam of white light landed in front of Yi Xian. An old man could be vaguely seen in that beam of white light. However, Yi Xian could not see his appearance clearly, but he could see that the old man was kneeling. "Time Master." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Senior?" Time Master hurriedly said, "You flatter me. You flatter me." Yi Xian was speechless. Time Master hesitated for a moment, then said, "Young Master Yi, how did you enter the River of Time?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "River of Time?" Time Master glanced at Yi Xian a little cautious. "You don't know?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know." Time Master hesitated for a moment, then said, "Young Master Yi, are you at Sacred Heart State now?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Time Master frowned slightly, a flash of doubt in his eyes. How can Sacred Heart State enter the River of Time and reverse time? Then, he suddenly looked at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. When he saw the green profound sword, he understood everything. Young Master Yi cheated to enter the River of Time. Time Master was speechless at that thought. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Senior, can you introduce me to?" The Time Lord suddenly said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi, please don't call me Senior. I'm afraid of death." Yi Xian was speechless. "Then what should I call you?" The Time Lord hesitated for a moment and said, "Just call me Gongfu." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Gongfu, can you tell me what happened to me just now?" After a moment of silence, the Time Lord said, "Young Master Leaf, time is like a long river. That river is divided into the past, the present, and the future. You just went back to the past. If you just went back to the past, it wouldn't be a big problem. But after going back to the past, you changed the future. Doing that is equivalent to breaking the magical laws of time. And breaking the magical laws of time will cause you to suffer the backlash of time. You were trapped in the seamless world just now." Yi Xian frowned. "Seamless realm? The Time Master nodded. Not in the past, not in the future, not in the present. Those who are in the seamless world will be erased by time. Yi Xian glanced at the Time Lord and said, Gongfu, do you want to stand up and talk? The Time Lord hurriedly shook his head. No. I just like kneeling. Yi Xian was speechless. The Time Lord continued. Young Master Leaf, with your current strength, you can't enter the river of time and change time. Yi Xian said solemnly. What realm do I need to be able to enter the river of time and change time? The Time Lord thought about it for a moment and said, At least immortal. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The immortal realm? The Time Lord nodded. Immortal body, immortal soul, and immortal will. Only those three immortals can enter the river of time. However, they can't change time. In order to change time, one must be immortal. In other words, one's body, soul, and will must be immortal. Only then can one not fear the seamless world and travel freely between the past, present, and future. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression became solemn. According to what you've said, if one can achieve immortal, wouldn't they be invincible? The Time Lord nodded. If one can achieve that, there are indeed few who can rival them in the world. However, to say that they are invincible is a bit too much. Yi Xian looked at the Time Lord and asked, Even that isn't invincible? The Time Lord smiled bitterly. Of course. Yi Xian did not understand. Why? The Time Lord thought about it and said, I am the Time Lord. I control the river of time. Even if you achieve immortal, as long as I want, I can decide your life or death with a thought. Yi Xian said instinctively, So you are invincible? No. The Time Lord panicked. I am not invincible. I really am not invincible. Young Master Yi, be careful with what you say. Be careful with what you say. Don't say the word invincible lightly. Something bad will happen. Yi Xian was speechless. The Time Master hesitated for a moment and said, No matter how strong you are, there's always someone stronger. I'm nothing really. Yi Xian looked at the Time Lord and said, You are the Time Lord and you control time? The Time Lord nodded. Yes. Yi Xian blinked. For example, my realm is not high enough, but I want to enter the river of time. Is there any way? The Time Lord was in a difficult position. This, Yi Xian smiled. Is it difficult? The Time Lord nodded. It is difficult. Yi Xian suddenly looked at the walking sword in his hand and smiled. Since it is difficult, I will not force you. Having said that, he turned around and left. At that moment, the Time Lord suddenly asked, Yi, young Master Yi, you and Destiny are? Yi Xian smiled. She is my sister. Sister. Hearing this, the Time Master was shocked and quickly said, Young Master Yi, I don't think the matter you just mentioned is too difficult. Yi Xian blinked. Not difficult? The Time Lord nodded. Yes. As he said that, he opened his palm and two words floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it. The word was time. The Lord of Time said, Young Master Leaf, these two characters contain my laws of time. Once they enter your body, all you have to do is activate them, and you'll be able to use them for a short period of time. In that state, even if you enter the seamless world, you won't be erased. However, young Master Yi, your body, soul, and will are not particularly strong. Therefore, after you use the power of time, you will not be able to maintain it for too long. Moreover, after using it, your body will be a little weak. As soon as the Time Lord finished, the two words turned into two rays of golden light and entered Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he found that two words had appeared in his sea of knowledge. At that moment the Time Lord said, Young Master Yi, your soul, body, and will are too weak. Remember not to stay in the river of time for too long. Yi Xian said in a low voice, If I attack and kill my opponent in the past, my opponent will be dead in the future. Am I right? The Time Lord nodded. Yes. However, there is a condition. Yi Xian asked, What condition? The Time Lord said, You can't change yourself in the past. You can go back to the past to kill people, but you cannot go back to change yourself. Yi Xian did not understand. Why? The Time Lord said, If you go back to the past and kill someone, you will reverse their time. This will not affect you. However, if you go back to the past and change yourself, let me give you an example. If you go back to the past and kill your father, then the current you will be erased. Kill my father. Hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No, I can't do such a thing. The Time Lord, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. I understand what you mean. If I go back to the past, I cannot change the people and things that are related to me. Otherwise, it will directly affect the current me, right? The Time Lord nodded. Yes. Moreover, young Master Yi, you must understand one thing. The past is the past. If you go back to the past, strictly speaking, it is already in the past. To us, it is something that happened in the past. In other words, the past and the present are all illusory. Do not think about living in the past. If you do, you will be erased by the current time laws. Yi Xian frowned. The present time laws? The Time Lord nodded. The past has the past time laws, the present has the present time laws, and the future has the future time laws. Of course, strictly speaking, they are all time laws. Just like you, the past you, the present you, the future you. They are all still you, just at different stages of you. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. The Time Lord continued. Also, in the river of time, the future cannot be easily explored. You can slash the future with your sword, but you cannot go to the future. Yi Xian did not understand. Why is that? The Time Lord smiled. The past and the present have already happened. They are certain, but the future has not happened. In other words, the future is uncertain. Moreover, the future is multifaceted. For example, a person can have thousands of lives in the future. As for which life it will be in the end, it depends on the choice that person makes now. Therefore, the future and the present are connected. There is a direct causal relationship. If you choose to go to the future, although you can go there, that future might not be the final future. At this point, his expression became somewhat solemn. Once you go to the future to do something that is not the final future, for example, if you decide to eat in 15 minutes now, but after you go to the future, you don't choose to eat, then your timeline will be messed up, and you will be forever lost in the future space-time, until you are erased by the great Tao of time. And the you in this space-time will disappear, because no one can appear in the present and the future at the same time. Not even me. Yi Xian fell into deep thought. The Time Lord continued. We must be respectful towards the future. Yi Xian suddenly asked, can Xinger travel to the future? The Time Lord was silent for a long time before he said, she should be playing with something more advanced. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2150. Yi Xian fell silent. He had to admit he was shocked. Time. He had come into contact with the Tao of time in the past, but not much. The past. Now. The future. Yi Xian suddenly discovered that the Tao of time was more complex and profound than he had imagined. Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Xian looked at the Time Lord. Senior, you mentioned immortal physique, immortal soul, immortal will, and eternal immortality. Are these the realms above the Sacred Heart? The Time Lord nodded. Yes. Yi Xian's curiosity was piqued. Who created these realms? The Time Lord smiled. There are no paths in this world, but as long as someone walks it, there will be a path. Yi Xian fell silent. Senior, only eternal immortals can enter the river of time and slash the past. Am I right? The Time Lord shook his head. Even eternal immortals cannot do it. To enter the river of time and slash the past, one has to go against not only the past, but also the laws of time. Once you are discovered by the laws of time, they will erase you. Of course, some stronger experts will use some mystiques to conceal their aura, preventing the laws of time from discovering them. However, those who can do this are few and far between. Yi Xian blinked. Senior, will I be discovered? The Time Lord smiled. Young Master Yi, they are sneaking around, but you are out in the open. After all, I am the Time Lord in charge of the laws of time. Yi Xian laughed heartily. Many thanks. He hurried to help the Time Lord up. Get up. With me here, Qing, or will not harm you. The Time Lord hesitated, then stood up. After standing up, he was still flustered. He glanced at the Dao walking sword, and seeing no reaction from it, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, I am now at the Sacred Heart Realm. To reach the Immortal Physique Realm, is there any cultivation method? The Time Master thought about it, and took out a thick ancient book. Young Master Yi, this is the Immortal Tome. It was created by an immortal emperor. I think it's pretty good. It should be suitable for you. Yi Xian hurriedly put it away, and then he said, Then I won't hold back. The Lord of Time smiled, and was just about to say something, when suddenly, he frowned and turned his head. Not far away, an old man slowly walked over. Yi Xian frowned when he saw the old man. This old man was the Saint Heart expert from the immortal Dao world. Beside the old man was a middle-aged man. The elder from the immortal Dao temple stood behind the middle-aged man, with a respectful expression on his face. Yi Xian glanced at the man. Obviously, someone from the Darksword Immortal sect had arrived. The middle-aged man glanced at the Time Master beside Yi Xian, then looked at Yi Xian. Are you Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man chuckled. I was extremely curious about you before I came. After all, there aren't many in this world who dare to disrespect my Darksword Immortal sect. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he moved closer to the Time Master. Senior, do you know of the Darksword Immortal sect? The Time Master shook his head. I haven't. Yi Xian blinked. Then are you afraid? The Time Master was speechless. He noticed that young Master Yi seemed to have misunderstood his strength. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly glanced at the Time Master. Yi Xian, is he your backer? The Time Master glanced coldly at the middle-aged man. Is young Master Yi's name something you can call? As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's figure suddenly became illusory. Not only that, but almost in an instant, the middle-aged man's entire body directly aged as if he was about to wither. They were stunned. Both the middle-aged man and the old man were stunned. What's going on? Yi Xian glanced at the Time Master, and he was extremely shocked. Time flowed by. This was the true flow of time. The Time Master was quite ferocious. The middle-aged man looked at the Time Master with astonishment. Who are you? The Time Master's face was expressionless. He flicked his sleeve, and the middle-aged man instantly transformed into a pile of dust and vanished. He'd been completely wiped out. The old man at the Saint Heart State looked at the Time Master with terror on his face, and his mind had gone blank. He instantly killed a Saint Heart State expert? How could that be possible? Yi Xian spoke abruptly. Senior Yu. The Time Master hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, I'm actually not that weak. All these years, I've only been beaten by a big shot from the Mandate of Heaven. He was being very tactful. Yi Xian asked instinctively. Senior, your strength is so terrifying. So why can't you defeat Qing? The Time Master fell silent for a long time before he said, I want to know as well. Yi Xian. The Time Master suddenly looked at the old man. The old man's face fell, and he turned to flee. He was very fast, and he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. But a moment later, he mysteriously appeared in front of Yi Xian and the Time Master. And then his body gradually became illusory and transparent. The old man was horrified. How is this possible? The Time Master shook his head slightly. Ignorant. With that, the old man was completely wiped out. Yi Xian. The Time Master turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I have to go. There are many things I need to deal with. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Senior, I don't know when we can meet again. Do you want to leave me a greeting gift? The Time Master's expression froze. Yi Xian looked at the Time Master sincerely. The Time Master hesitated for a moment, and then opened his palm, and a token appeared in his hand. This is the Time Master token. With this token, if you meet the Time Messengers in the future, you can command them. The Time Master token. Yi Xian quickly put away the Time Master token, and then said, Thank you, Senior. The Time Master said in a low voice. Young Master Yi, remember, You can't stay in the river of time for too long with your current strength, especially if you want to go against time. It will consume a lot of energy, and your body hasn't reached the immortal realm yet. As for the future, don't go there yourself. Your sword can, because it was forged by Senior Destiny, so there won't be any accidents. But you can't, so remember. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Senior, I will remember your reminder. The Time Master smiled. Farewell, young Master Yi. With that, his body became illusory, and was about to vanish. Yi Xian suddenly thought of something, and then asked, Senior, how do you know Qing? The Time Master's expression became unnatural, and he smiled sheepishly. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. After saying that, he disappeared. Yi Xian looked around, but he couldn't sense the Time Master. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. From the Time Master's attitude toward Qing, he must have been taught a lesson by Qing, otherwise he wouldn't be so afraid of Qing. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian looked at the Time Master in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up. In the following time, Yi Xian continued to practice /lifespan, /future, and /past. With the word time given to him by the Time Master, he found that his control over the power of time flow and the power of time reversal had become more adept. Their power had also increased, especially /past. /past was more terrifying than /future, and it was also more bizarre. Some of the stronger experts could still predict the future of /future. After all, some experts had the ability to predict fortune and misfortune. However, /past was different. It was /past, something that had already happened. Unless the other party could return to the past like him, only then would he be able to defend against it. But to return to the past, only eternal immortal realm experts could do it. To him, the Sacred Heart realm was nothing much. The only pity was that the Walking Dao sword had run away again. He wanted to keep the Walking Dao sword for research. At the crucial moment, he could use the Walking Dao sword to scare others. 10 days later, Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly left Xiaota. As soon as he left Xiaota, he frowned. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky in the distance suddenly split open, and in the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura swept down from the crack. In an instant, the entire profound world was in an uproar. Countless experts in the profound world raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with doubt and shock. Was someone going to attack the profound world? At this moment, an old man slowly walked out from the crack in space. The old man wore a loose black robe and held an iron sword in his left hand. His expression was cold. Swordsman. Yi Xian looked at the old man calmly. The old man looked down at Yi Xian. You destroyed the immortal Dao sect? Yi Xian glanced at the sword in the old man's hand and nodded. The old man stared at Yi Xian. Did you know that the Immortal Dao Temple was a subsidiary force of my mystic sword immortal sect? Yi Xian shook his head. The old man narrowed his eyes. Didn't know? Yi Xian smiled. I didn't know at first, but I found out later. The old man stared at Yi Xian. You still dared to destroy it when you knew. Yi Xian smiled. When I, Yi Xian, do things, it doesn't matter if I dare or not. It only matters if I want to or not. I wanted to destroy it, so I destroyed it. Everyone was speechless. When the old man heard Yi Xian's words, he was so angry that he laughed. There's no such thing as 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 there's only. There's no such thing as there's no such thing as there's only. There's no such thing as there's no such thing as there's no such thing as there's only. There's no such thing as 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 there's only. There's no such thing as there's no such thing as there's no such thing as. There's no such thing as 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 there. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron sword in his hand suddenly slashed down from the sky, and it seemed like it could tear the world apart. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Xian's expression was calm as he allowed the sword to slash into his head. Bang! Everyone watched as the iron sword entered Yi Xian's body. In the next moment, a powerful aura swept out from within Yi Xian. He absorbed it. The old man was stunned by this scene. Yi Xian took a deep breath greedily, and then he gazed at the old man and grinned. May I ask if everyone in your mystic sword immortal sect cultivates the sword? The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, I slaughtered the immortal Dao temple. If your mystic sword immortal sect isn't satisfied, then feel free to take revenge. No matter how many come, I'm invincible. Do as you please. He paused for a moment before he continued. I'm serious this time. Chapter 2151. I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the old man's expression became extremely ugly. Arrogant. Too arrogant. The old man stared at Yi Xian. Do you know what you're saying? Below. Yi Xian smiled slightly and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. He left. The old man frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the next moment, he seemed to sense something. His pupils suddenly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body became illusory. The old man looked at Yi Xian in horror, and said with a trembling voice, What did you do to me? Yi Xian looked at the old man, and did not say anything. Over. In that instant, he had gone to the future to kill the other party. When he used the future for the first time, he found its biggest weakness and biggest advantage. What weakness? That was the future could not be used on people who were too much stronger than him. Because he could not kill the other party now. He could not kill the other party, even if he went back to the past not too long ago. With his current strength, he could not go back too far in the past. Otherwise, he could go back tens of millions of years ago. Now he could only go back to a month ago at most. After that, his body would not be able to support it. 1 month was not very useful. Because if he could not beat the other party now, he might not be able to beat the other party a month ago. In the past, it was not that the other party could not fight back. Of course, the advantage was that it was unexpected. It was more mysterious than the future. And the other party could not predict it at all. Moreover, he also found the most terrifying thing. When fighting with others, he could go back to the past. And the him who went back to the past knew what the other party was going to do next. It was like cheating. Not only that, he also found that when he went to kill the other party from the long river of the world, the other party was completely dumbfounded. Because there was also a him in the past, the other party was not on guard against the him in the future. In other words, the him in the present could cooperate with the him in the past. Two people working together. However, he had to discuss it with his future self first. For example, right now, he could confirm that he would attack in 15 minutes, and then he could attack immediately, and 15 minutes later. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and then he suddenly stabbed with his sword. A strand of sword light suddenly pierced through the space between the old man's brows. At practically the exact same moment, another strand of sword light appeared out of nowhere, and directly pierced through the old man's brows. There were 2 sword lights between the old man's eyebrows. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately became excited. It really worked. He was cooperating perfectly with his future self. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's body suddenly became illusory. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Damn it! The time laws are trying to erase me. Yi Xian hurriedly activated the 2 words that the Time Master had given him. As the 2 words were activated, his body gradually returned to normal. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like his actions were truly too heaven-defying, so the time laws didn't allow such a thing to happen. Fortunately, the Time Master had opened a back door for him. Fortunately, he had the green profound sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this at all. Needless to say, Yi Xian was very excited at this moment. This slash of the past was many times more terrifying than slash of the future. So long as he didn't encounter an expert that was too monstrous, then his slash of the past was practically invincible. Meanwhile, the old man in the distance spoke with a trembling voice. You, how did you do it? Yi Xian glanced at the old man. Do you want to know? The old man nodded. Yes. Yi Xian grinned. I won't tell you. Pooh. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. After the old man died, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly realized how terrifying the time Tao was. Once someone mastered this time Tao, it was truly too heaven-defying. Collecting his thoughts, Yi Xian returned to Xiaota. Then he took out the immortal tome. Although he hadn't reached the eternal immortal realm, he could do things that the eternal immortal realm couldn't. It could be said that he had skipped several major realms. Actually, he didn't need to cultivate realms. In fact, he wasn't cultivating realms. He was studying the immortal tome to improve his divine soul, body, and will. The improvement of these three aspects would determine how long he could stay in the river of time. His ultimate goal was the time Tao. In short, he was cultivating four aspects: sword Tao, divine soul, body, and will. Immortal body. Yi Xian began to cultivate his body first. What was immortal? It was eternal, indestructible, and everlasting. When he chose to cultivate the immortal body, he found an awkward problem. Star vein. No, it was the star god vein. It was a spiritual vein that surpassed the star vein. The purity of the star god vein was more than 10 times that of an ordinary star vein. Only such a pure spiritual energy, star vein, could allow his body to undergo a qualitative change. Moreover, one star god vein wasn't enough. He had to prepare at least 100. Besides that, he needed many treasures of heaven and earth that he hadn't even heard of. For example, the immortal fruit, the spirit of heaven and earth. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Damn it! Cultivation wasn't just a competition of talent. It was also a competition of money. Most of the time, money was even more important than talent. No money. Cultivate my ass. Just like this moment. Without the star god vein, he, the number one genius of all time, could only watch helplessly. Earn money. Yi Xian sighed softly, and then he left Xiaota. He opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. It was the spatial ring of the old man from the mystic sword immortal sect. There were only star veins in the spatial ring, but no star god veins. Yi Xian's headache grew even worse when he saw this, because it meant that he might not be able to come into contact with the star god vein. The immortal treasure pavilion? Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't really want to go look for the southern envoy. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and looked over. A middle-aged man was walking over slowly from the horizon. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Needless to say, it was definitely from the mystic sword immortal sect. The middle-aged man suddenly appeared before Yi Xian, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm. The middle-aged man grinned. Young Master Yi, my name is Xiao Ming, and I'm the Grand Elder of the mystic sword immortal sect. Yi Xian said with a smile. Are you here alone? The middle-aged man nodded. Young Master Yi, don't worry. I came alone. Yi Xian suddenly interrupted the middle-aged man. You misunderstood me. I meant that you can call more people over. The smile on the middle-aged man's face instantly vanished when he heard this, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm and extremely composed. At this moment, the middle-aged man's heart suddenly sank. Yi Xian smiled. Sir, you can call more people over now. Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, I'm here to reason with you. Reason with me. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What reason? Don't. I first killed your subsidiary immortal Taoist temple, and then I killed numerous members of your mystic sword immortal sect. I'm obviously not giving your mystic sword immortal sect any face. Moreover, I'm looking down on your mystic sword immortal sect. How can you tolerate this? Don't tolerate it. Hurry up and call more people over to deal with me. Call as many as you can. It's best if you summon your ancestors. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck. What the fuck? What kind of trick is this? Yi Xian's expression turned cold. Are you sure you won't call more people over? Xiao Ming hurriedly said. Young Master Yi, I'm here to reason with you. Reason with me. We're all civilized people. How can we do such a barbaric thing? Don't you think so? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. I slaughtered your subsidiary immortal Taoist temple. Xiao Ming said immediately. It was the immortal Taoist temple that offended young Master Yi first. They deserved it. Yi Xian continued. I killed 2 Sacred Heart experts of your Mystic Sword Immortal sect. Xiaoming suddenly said. That was a spar. A spar. Young Master Yi sparred with 2 of our experts, and then you accidentally killed them. Accidents are inevitable in a spar. We understand. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it. How can you understand that? He wasn't used to this sudden change of routine. At this time Xiaoming continued. Young Master Yi, I'm here with sincerity and friendship. Although we had some misunderstandings before, I believe those misunderstandings will vanish under our friendly communication. Then he paused and said, in this world, everything can disappear, but not justice and order. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaoming glanced at Yi Xian. He hesitated for a while, and then said, Young Master Yi, I wonder who your teacher is. Obviously, he wanted to inquire about Yi Xian's background. Yi Xian said with a smile, Elder Xiao, I, Yi Xian, don't have any backing really. Xiaoming smiled and said in his heart, I don't believe you. Yi Xian said again, Elder Xiao, are you sure you won't call more people to beat me up? Xiaoming shook his head quickly. No, young Master Yi. I just said that I'm here to clear up the misunderstanding. Yi Xian thought for a while, and then said, Do you have Star God Meridians? Hearing this, Xiaoming's pupils suddenly constricted. Yi, young Master Yi, you know about Star God Meridians? Star God Meridians? Xiaoming had to admit that he was very shocked at this moment. Because even some old monsters of Mystic Sword Immortal sect didn't know about the existence of Star God Meridians. Because it was too precious. And he only knew about Star God Meridians because of his position. Star God Meridians were necessary to achieve the legendary immortal body. Could it be that young Master Yi has an immortal body realm expert behind him? Thinking of this, Xiaoming broke out in a cold sweat. Yi Xian suddenly asked again, Young Master Xiao, do you have one? Xiaoming looked at Yi Xian. He hesitated for a while and then said, No. Yi Xian thought for a while and then said, Then do you know where I can find one? I'll go grab some. Oh no, I'll go borrow some. Xiaoming's expression froze. Chapter 2152. Xiaoming's expression was quite unsightly when he heard Yi Xian rob. Fortunately, I didn't mention that the Dark Sword Immortal sect has a divine star range. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have probably gone straight to the Dark Sword Immortal sect. Arrogant. He didn't think that Yi Xian was arrogant. Yi Xian had killed 2 Saint Heart experts of the Dark Sword Immortal sect. Moreover, they'd been instantly killed. Moreover, Yi Xian hadn't shown any fear towards the Dark Sword Immortal sect since the beginning. What did that mean? It meant that Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the Dark Sword Immortal sect at all. There was someone behind him. How could he be so arrogant without that person? Meanwhile, Yi Xian spoke abruptly. Elder Xiao, does your Dark Sword Immortal sect really not have a divine star range? Don't worry, I, Yi Xian, am not a bandit. I'm just asking. Elder Xiao shook his head repeatedly. No, we really don't. How could my Dark Sword Immortal sect possibly have such a divine treasure? Yi Xian spoke seriously. I really don't. Elder Xiao spoke seriously as well. Young Master Yi, we really don't have one. Yi Xian was speechless. Why is he like that? It's like I'm a bandit. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian asked, Elder Xiao, what's the cultivation of your sect master? His body is immortal? Or his soul? Elder Xiao glanced at Yi Xian and said, His body is immortal. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Only his body is immortal? Only. Elder Xiao's face froze. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Your sect master is only at the immortal realm. Yet your Dark Sword Immortal sect dares to act so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid of bringing calamity upon yourself? Elder Xiao hesitated for a short while before he said, Young Master Yi, is his body at the immortal realm very weak? Yi Xian replied with a question. Isn't it weak? Elder Xiao glanced at Yi Xian. I wonder what cultivation realm young Master Yi is at. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I'm no longer in the realm. Hearing this, Elder Xiao frowned. Not in the realm? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I'm an outsider, and you're insiders. Understand? Elder Shao. Yi Xian suddenly said, Elder Shao, how about you take me to your dark sword immortal sect? Elder Shao looked at Yi Xian warily. Young Master Yi, what are you trying to do? Yi Xian said with a smile. I will personally go and have a chat with your sect leader. Elder Shao hesitated for a moment before he said, What do you want to talk about? Yi Xian walked over to Elder Shao and said with a smile, Elder Shao, you can't represent your profound sword immortal sect. I'm going to your profound sword immortal sect because I want to have a talk with your sect master. If the talk goes well, then we can all get along peacefully. If not, then I'll annihilate your profound sword immortal sect. Elder Shao, Yi Xian said with a smile, let's go. Xiaoming fell silent for a long time, and then he brought Yi Xian with him as he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Xiaoming remained silent all along the way. Just as Yi Xian had said, he really couldn't represent the entire profound sword immortal sect. If they wanted to get along peacefully, then Yi Xian had to talk to the sect master of the profound sword immortal sect. Before long, Yi Xian and Elder Shao arrived at a world, the chaotic world. After entering the chaotic world, Yi Xian immediately frowned. He'd come to this place when he'd just attained the sacred heart state. The profound sword immortal sect was in the chaotic world. Obviously, the profound sword immortal sect had occupied the resources of this world. Before long, Xiaoming and Yi Xian stopped. Not far away from them were hundreds of floating halls, and every single one of them was majestic and extremely luxurious. Not far away from them was a huge sword that hung upside down. The huge sword was hundreds of meters long, and it stood towering in the sky. It was extremely domineering. The profound sword immortal sect. Xiaoming turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, please. Please. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then he followed Xiaoming towards the distance. Along the way, Yi Xian noticed that swordsmen flew by on swords from time to time. The weakest of these swordsmen was actually at the sacred heart state. The weakest was at the sacred heart state. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the profound sword immortal sect was so arrogant. They're really strong. A thought suddenly arose in Yi Xian's mind. There are so many powerful swordsmen in the profound sword immortal sect. If they attack me together, does that mean I don't need to use the star god meridian? When he thought of this, Yi Xian was instantly excited. I can give it a try. At this moment, Xiaoming suddenly stopped. A middle-aged man appeared not far away from him. The middle-aged man wore a black robe and carried a sword on his back. Xiaoming bowed slightly. Sect master. He was the sect master of the profound sword immortal sect, Xian Song. Meanwhile, a few dozen swordsmen suddenly appeared in the surroundings. All of them were at the sacred heart state. Xian Song gazed at Yi Xian and remained silent. Yi Xian grinned. All of you attack me together. Attack me together. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar arose. Damn it. Attack me together? The swordsmen were infuriated. Meanwhile, one of the swordsmen suddenly charged forward and slashed his sword at Yi Xian. All of them were swordsmen, so how arrogant were they? How could they endure Yi Xian's disdain? Yi Xian didn't dodge, and he just allowed the sword to slash at Yi Xian's head. Bang! As soon as the sword came into contact with Yi Xian's head, it was instantly absorbed. All the swordsmen were stunned when they witnessed this scene. As for Xian Song, he frowned slightly. Yi Xian looked at the dumbfounded swordsman in front of him. That's it. That's it. The swordsman was enraged when he heard this. How dare you? As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly opened his palm. The next moment, a sword light suddenly slashed down from the sky. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above Yi Xian's head. Wherever this sword light passed, time and space were directly set ablaze. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Xian still didn't dodge, and he just let the sword light slash at him. Bang! Under the swordsman's gaze, the sword light directly entered Yi Xian's body, and then it was completely absorbed by him. All the swordsmen were petrified on the spot. In front of Yi Xian, the old man looked at Yi Xian in horror. You. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. That's it? The old man was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly glanced at the swordsman, and his expression was calm. I have no intention of targeting all of you. However, the Dark Sword Immortal sect only has this much? Just this much. The expressions of the swordsman instantly turned unsightly. Yi Xian suddenly said, There's no need for all of you to continue watching. Attack together. Attack together. As soon as these words were spoken, how could the swordsman endure it? They were about to attack when Xian Song suddenly said, Stop. The swordsmen hesitated for a moment when they heard Xian Song, but they didn't choose to attack in the end. Xian Song gazed at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi's physique is very special. Yi Xian walked slowly toward Xian Song. You have two choices. The first is to kill me, and the second is to slaughter your Dark Sword Immortal sect. Make your choice. If you choose the first, then you can summon your ancestor right now. I have no intention of targeting all of you. But to be honest, all of you are trash in my eyes. Trash. How presumptuous. In the distance, a swordsman at the Saint Heart realm was truly unable to endure it any longer, and he was about to attack. But in the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils constricted. A sword had suddenly pierced his throat. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed from his throat. Future severing. Presently, he was even more skilled at future severing. With a single slash, he could kill an enemy at any time in the next 3 days. The old man's sudden death caused the expressions of all the swordsmen here to change drastically. What's going on? He was instantly killed. At this moment, the expressions of all the swordsmen here had become solemn, and there was even fear in them. The sword on Xian Song's back that stood before Yi Xian was trembling slightly. At this moment, Xian Song was shocked as well, because he wasn't able to see through Yi Xian's cultivation at all. Yi Xian looked Xian Song in the eyes. 3 breaths of time. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer in 3 breaths of time, then I'll slaughter your sect. Slaughter the sect. Xian Song's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Since it's like that, then I'll seek guidance from young Master Yi. As he spoke, the sword on his back suddenly flew out, and then it slashed directly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian still didn't dodge. When he saw that Yi Xian didn't dodge, Xian Song's pupils constricted, and he was about to retreat. But right at this moment he seemed to have sensed something, and terror appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a sword suddenly stabbed into the back of his head. Hiss! Xian Song was instantly frozen in place by this strike. Future severing. Xian Song suddenly retreated. A ray of light flashed, and he'd retreated 30 kilometers away. After Xian Song stopped, he stared at Yi Xian. I have an eternal body. Your sword isn't able to injure me at all. He hadn't finished speaking when his body shattered into pieces, and his soul swiftly dispersed. Xian Song gazed at Yi Xian with terror. You! What sort of sword is that? Yi Xian's expression was calm. It's just an ordinary sword. However, because I'm formidable, it's formidable as well. Little Soul was speechless. Xian Song suddenly said, Young Master Yi, we can talk. Yi Xian shook his head. You've already fought to such an extent, so what's there to talk about? As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the green sword directly absorbed Xian Song's soul before returning to his grasp. The surroundings were deathly silent. The sect master of the Dark Sword Immortal sect is gone just like that? Elder Shao broke out in cold sweat. So this young Master Yi wasn't bragging, and he really is. Fortunately, I acted humbly just now. Otherwise, I would have perished by now, right? Yi Xian glanced at the swordsman and said, At this moment, all of you have 2 choices. The first is to attack and avenge your sect master. The second is to submit to me. All of them fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. What? Do all of you think that I want all of you to submit to me? To be honest, all of you are a burden to me if you submit to me. Meanwhile, Elder Shao suddenly bowed respectfully. I'm willing to submit to young Master Yi. Yi Xian glanced at Elder Shao, and then he opened his palm, causing a ray of white light to suddenly enter the center of Elder Zhao's forehead. A short moment later, Elder Shao seemed to have obtained something, and he immediately knelt down and spoke with a trembling voice. Thank you, young Master Yi. What did I obtain? The sword cultivators at the side were stupefied. Yi Xian spoke indifferently. This is the first chapter of the eternal ceremony. So long as you have sufficient resources, then you can rely on it to attain the eternal body realm. Even if you don't have any resources, it can still improve your strength greatly. The eternal ceremony? The swordsmen were instantly quite excited when they heard this. Meanwhile, some of the swordsmen hurriedly bowed respectfully. We're willing to follow young Master Yi. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Elder Shao. Can the dark sword immortal sect summon its ancestor? Elder Shao hesitated for a moment before he said, Yes. Our ancestor once left a strand of his soul behind. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Summon the ancestor. Elder Shao was slightly stunned, and then he said, Why? Yi Xian smiled. I want to fight him, and see if he can resist a single attack of my sword. Elder Shao hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, I heard that our ancestor's strength is very formidable. Yi Xian grinned, and it was a very composed smile. If he attacks twice, then I, Yi Xian, will stand upside down and have diarrhea. All of them were speechless. Elder Shao thought for a moment, and then he turned around and left. It didn't take long for a ray of light to suddenly shoot into the sky from within the dark sword immortal sect, and then a swordsman suddenly appeared within it. It was a swordsman in a green robe. Yi Xian's face instantly froze when he saw the swordsman. The experts of the dark sword immortal sect were stunned when they saw the swordsman. Why is this swordsman so similar to young Master Yi? P.S. Let me recommend a book to all of you. It's much better than The Only Sword. It's called Invincible Sword Domain, and you'll be able to find it right away. The reason I've been updating so slowly lately is because I've been reading this book. I've been so engrossed in it that I've forgotten to eat and sleep. Chapter 2153. Father. At this moment, Yi Xian was stunned. Damn it. The ancestor of the profound sword immortal sect is my father? We fought for so long, yet he's actually on our side? In the sky, the azure-robed man looked down at Yi Xian and said with a smile, I heard everything you said just now. Stand upside down and have diarrhea. TSK. That would definitely be a sight to behold. Yi Xian was speechless. The experts of the profound sword immortal sect hurriedly bowed. Greetings, ancestor. The green-clothed man glanced at them with a calm expression. I'm not considered to be your founding ancestor. All of them were speechless. Yi Xian gazed at the green-clothed man. Father. What's your relationship with the profound sword immortal sect? The green-clothed man smiled. I gave them some pointers all those years ago. So that's why. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. We fought for so long, yet he's actually on our side. The green-clothed man glanced at Yi Xian. You've come into contact with the Tao of Time? Yi Xian nodded. The green-clothed man roared with laughter. You've improved quite quickly. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked. How far away are we? The green-clothed man blinked. It's not very far. It's just a little bit away. A little bit. Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. And he smiled. I'll work hard. The green-clothed man nodded. Just work hard. Yi Xian was quite curious. Father, what are you and Big Brother doing right now? The green-clothed man smiled. We're going around. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Father, you have to be careful. I haven't even fulfilled my filial duties, so you have to be careful. The green-clothed man roared with laughter. Don't worry. So long as I don't want to die, then no one in this world can kill me. You, on the other hand, have to be careful. Don't make me have to send my son off one day. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. They were father and son. However, this pair of father and son was kind and filial. Yi Xian said with smile. I have Qing under normal circumstances I won't die. The green-robed man said sternly. It's not good to rely on others. You should learn from your father. Your father killed his way out. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Xiao Ta said that you were often hung up and beaten, and your soul was often ignited. You were in a very difficult situation. Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up. F***ck. Young master. The green-robed man narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian hurriedly added. It also said that you were beaten by Qing before. Inside Yi Xian's body, Xiao Ta suddenly said in a trembling voice. Young lord, you idiot, you've made a big mistake. In the sky, the green-robed man suddenly opened his palm, and a wisp of sword light suddenly flew down. The target was Yi Xian. Yi Xian seemed to have expected this, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. When he saw his father said that there was only a little distance between them. He wanted to fight with his father. He was not very confident in fighting with his father's real body, but he was confident in fighting with his father's avatar. Today Yi Xian was going to kill his father. Facing the green-robed man, even if it was just a small avatar, Yi Xian did not dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness. His first move was a direct slash. Not only that, at this moment, he also made a move, letting his future self slash the past. Two working together. His strongest sword. When this sword slashed out, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly raised. This was because he realized that the green-robed man did not seem to expect that his future self had already made a move. He did not defend against the green-robed man's sword. In his opinion, his father's avatar should not be able to break through his invincible sword body. His sword body should be able to defend against this sword. Take it head-on. An injury in exchange for a life. Almost at the same time, Xiao Ta suddenly charged out of Yi Xian's body and directly collided with the green-robed man's avatar. The man in the tower had discussed it. In the sky, Xiao Ta laughed. I have been a tower for tens of thousands of years. Today I, Xiao Ta, will defy the heavens and change my fate. Master, from now on, don't call me Xiao Ta. Please call me Tower Master. The green-robed man looked at Xiao Ta, who was colliding with him, and his expression was calm. Below, the green-robed man's sword energy suddenly pierced between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Bang! Yi Xian's body shook violently, and then it directly turned into ashes. At the same time, his soul was instantly slashed hundreds of thousands of meters away, and as soon as he stopped, he fell directly into a boundless abyss. Yi Xian's head was buzzing. He did not resist it. My invincible sword body did not resist it? Yi Xian hurriedly looked at the green-robed man in the distance. At the end of his vision, his sword had already slashed in front of the green-robed man. But his green profound sword was directly caught by 2 fingers of the green-robed man. And that sword of his in the future did not appear from the beginning to the end. What's going on? Just as this doubt appeared in Yi Xian's mind, the next moment, he felt that his soul directly became illusory. What's going on? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. In the distance, just as Xiao Ta collided in front of the green-robed man, the green-robed man in the distance pointed with his fingers. Bang! Xiao Ta shook violently, and the body of the tower directly cracked. Then, followed by an extremely mournful cry, Xiao Ta directly flew out of sight. The green-robed man looked at the green profound sword in front of him, and the green profound sword trembled. I was forced. The green-robed man smiled slightly, and then released his fingers. Little Soul hurriedly flew in front of Yi Xian, and said in a trembling voice, Young master, it seems that we can't beat him. Yi Xian. The green-robed man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he looked at Yi Xian, and said with a smile, Is it fun? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Father, how did you defend against that slash of mine in the past? The green-robed man shook his head. You fool! Yi Xian. The green-robed man said again. To be precise, it is the future you who slashed the past. You let the future you slash the past, and then at this moment you do it. I have to say this idea of yours is quite unique, and indeed quite good. Unfortunately, you have overlooked one thing. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, What? The green-robed man said, Strength. You have underestimated your father's strength. To put it simply, the Tao of Time can't do anything to your father. Not to mention you. Even the Time Master would have to kneel in front of your father. Yi Xian. The green-robed man said again. However, your sword just now is indeed quite good. Now that you are working with your future self, this sword can kill people who are several realms higher than you. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Father, do you think there is anything that needs to be improved on? The green-robed man blinked. Think about it yourself. Yi Xian's face darkened immediately. Damn it! This is my biological father? Biological father. The green-robed man patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. Don't be unfair. What you comprehend yourself is the best. It's like cutting flesh with a knife. Others tell you that cutting flesh with a knife will hurt. But if you don't cut yourself, you won't know what pain feels like. Yi Xian glanced at the green-robed man. Father, are you fooling me? The green-robed man. Yi Xian asked again. What is above the Tao of time? The green-robed man smiled and said, Let's play with time first. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Father, you only cultivate the sword, right? The green-robed man nodded. Yi Xian was silent. The green-robed man smiled slightly. I know what you are thinking. You are afraid that your cultivation is too mixed, and it will affect the Tao of sword, right? Yi Xian nodded. The green-robed man smiled and said, Don't think that way. Everyone's life is different. Just like you and me. Although we both have the crazy demon bloodline, your crazy demon bloodline is different from mine. Do you know why? Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Why? Actually, he had wanted to ask this question for a long time. The green-robed man said in a low voice, Personality. Our personalities are different. Therefore, although we have the same bloodline, we are different. Including the Tao of sword. Father didn't teach you the Tao of sword, because you already have your own Tao of sword. You are not suitable to walk our path. Yi Xian frowned slightly. My own Tao of sword? The green-robed man smiled and said, Haven't you noticed? Your Tao of sword is different from our Tao of sword. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, What Tao of sword? The green-robed man blinked, shameless. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. The green-robed man said, I am not teasing you. A thick-skinned person is broad-minded. A broad-minded person's sword is broad-minded. There are millions of Tao of sword in the world. There is no need for you to learn other people's Tao of sword. Walk your own path. Understand? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Father, are you serious? The green-robed man laughed. You are my son. Why would I lie to you? Yi Xian was skeptical. The green-robed man said, I know a place where you can train your Tao of sword. Are you interested in going? Yi Xian was slightly curious. What place? The green-robed man smiled and said, The burial god territory. I passed by that place in the past. That place is quite suitable for you. At this moment, Xiao Tao's voice suddenly sounded out from the horizon. Young master, don't go. If you go, you will probably become a little brother. Don't you want to continue acting cool here? Don't you want to be invincible? Yi Xian instantly hesitated when he heard this. Should I stay here for a while longer? The green-robed man smiled and said, What? Are you afraid? Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. I am naturally not afraid. I mainly want to develop for a while longer. The green-robed man smiled and said, That is not a bad idea. However, you should know that only by fighting can you improve yourself. Right now, your strength has already reached the peak of this universe. If you continue to stay here, you will only be a weakling. Do you think this is interesting? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. Interesting. The green-robed man's expression froze. Yi Xian said seriously, Father, Xiao Ta and I have decided to stay here for a while longer. We are not going anywhere. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Are you going or not? Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard this. Damn. This father is going to use force. Chapter 2154. Yi Xian's expression darkened when he heard the green-robed man's words. My dad is going to send me away by force. Damn it. Why did I ask Xiao Ming to call me ancestor? Isn't this a trap of my own making? I'm such a pighead. At this moment the green-robed man said, I think you should go and train yourself. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, I think. The green-robed man suddenly shook his head. I don't want you to think. I want me to think. Yi Xian's face stiffened again, and he looked extremely ugly. The green-robed man blinked. Look at your expression. You don't seem convinced. If you don't like it, hit me. Kill this doppelganger of mine, and you'll have the final say. Yi Xian. The green-robed man was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, I'll go. The green-robed man was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. Have you thought it through? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. What's the point of being invincible in this place? I want to challenge. I want to challenge someone stronger than me. The green-robed man nodded. That's the right idea. Yi Xian suddenly said. But Dad, can I go a few months later? The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian quickly said. A few months later I'll definitely go. The green-robed man smiled. Don't say that to me, because I don't believe your nonsense. Don't play any tricks on me. These are all leftovers from me. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta suddenly said in a trembling voice. Master, we're not invincible enough. The green-robed man looked at Xiao Ta expressionlessly. Should I call you Tower Master? Xiao Ta. The green-robed man smiled. Xiao Ta, after you followed this guy, I found that your character has changed a lot. Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment before he said, One is marked by the company one keeps. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man shook his head. Xiao Ta, do you want to come with me? Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when he heard this. This Xiao Ta was his cultivation artifact. He was just about to speak when beside him, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Master, I'd better follow the young master. Young master is still young. If he goes out alone, you will definitely be worried. If I follow him, I can at least take care of him. Yi Xian was touched when he heard this. At this critical moment, Xiao Ta was still very kind. Actually, Xiao Ta had his own plans. If he followed Yi Xian, he would continue to be modified by heaven's will. The green-robed man nodded slightly. Then follow him. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. 3 days. You must head to Heaven Burial Domain in 3 days. This isn't for you to show off. Your older sister seems to have caused some trouble there. Go deal with it for her. Yang Nianxue. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Damn it. My older sister caused trouble, yet I have to deal with it? Who's going to deal with it for me? Even though he was furious, he didn't dare say anything. He couldn't defeat her. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Father, isn't this clone of yours here? Why don't you let this clone go? You're so strong. The green-robed man spoke indifferently. You seem to have a lot of questions. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man continued. Is there a problem with a younger brother helping his older sister? Yi Xian laughed bitterly. Father, you don't care about older sister either. She often causes trouble, and that's not good. The green-robed man's expression was calm. I don't care about you either, do I? Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man said, You have to go quickly because she seems to have used the strand of sword energy I left for her. She's probably in a very bad situation right now. If anything happens to her, I'll skin you alive. Yi Xian glanced at the green-robed man and couldn't help but say in his heart, Damn it. I really want to ask Qing to beat you to death. The problem was that Qing might not be able to beat father to death. Moreover, father even formed a clique and hung out with big brother. The green-robed man suddenly said, Are you cursing me in your heart? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No. The green-robed man chuckled. I know you're unhappy, but you can't do anything to me. Hee. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man chuckled and said, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you anymore. Remember, if you don't hurry to the burial god territory in 3 days, you'll have to bear the consequences. Hee. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned illusory. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Meanwhile, the green-robed man suddenly said, I'm leaving. You don't seem to be reluctant at all. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I'm sad. The green-robed man roared with laughter. Kid, I hope you'll be able to take a blow from me the next time we meet. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and opened his palm. The 3 strands of sword energy that Dong Linen had left for Yi Xian instantly flew out and fell into the green-robed man's hand. The green-robed man smiled. It's not a good habit to use external objects. I'll be taking these 3 strands of sword energy with me. Take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished completely. Yi Xian's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it. He's taken all the sword energy. Damn it. Isn't father afraid that something might happen to me? Yi Xian's lungs were on the verge of exploding with rage. Xiaota suddenly floated over to Yi Xian, and he spoke with a trembling voice. Young master, we're still unable to defeat master. Yi Xian had a calm expression on his face after he calmed down. If we can't defeat him, then we can't. Continue working hard. One day, we'll be able to defeat him. Xiaota spoke in a low voice. All right. Yi Xian turned around to gaze at the experts of the profound sword immortal sect. At this moment, all the swordsmen were looking at him, and all the swordsmen had extremely strange expressions on their faces. They hadn't imagined that Yi Xian was actually the son of the profound sword immortal sect's ancestor. What the fuck? He really gave birth to a son late. Yi Xian spoke indifferently. From this moment onward, I'm the sect master of the profound sword immortal sect. Who objects? Who agrees? All the experts of the profound sword immortal sect hurriedly expressed their agreement. They couldn't defeat Chen Shi, and their founding ancestor was Chen Shi's father. So how could they possibly object? Just like that, Yi Xian had become the sect master of the profound sword immortal sect. Yi Xian arrived at the profound sword immortal sect's profound sword hall. He glanced at it and said, Change the name of this hall. Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and said, Change it to what? Yi Xian spoke indifferently. Change it to the Hall of Acting Cool. Xiaoming was speechless. Yi Xian walked into the hall, and Yi Xian was instantly speechless upon entering it. His father's statue, the profound sword immortal sect, had a statue of his father as well. However, it wasn't outside but within the hall. Yi Xian glanced at the statue, and he was instantly infuriated. Remove it. Xiaoming's face was covered in astonishment. Remove it? Yi Xian spoke indifferently. Remove it immediately. Then replace it with mine. Xiaoming was speechless. Yi Xian turned around to look at Xiaoming. Is there a problem? Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and said, Sect Master, are you serious? Yi Xian spoke indifferently. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Xiaoming was speechless. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he turned around and left. It didn't take long for him to arrive at a side hall. This side hall was filled with the treasures of the profound sword immortal sect. Yi Xian glanced at it and said, Who do these treasures belong to? Xiaoming replied, They belong to the sect. Yi Xian asked again, Who does the sect belong to? Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and said, Yours. Yi Xian nodded. Wrap them up for me. Xiaoming was speechless. After putting away the treasures, Yi Xian strolled around the profound sword immortal sect. In the end, he didn't find any treasures before giving up. In the sky above the profound sword immortal sect, Yi Xian looked at Xiaoming in front of him. This chaotic world belongs to us? Xiaoming nodded. Yes. We all absorb the chaotic energy from this chaotic world to cultivate. Chaotic energy. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. The next moment he felt endless chaotic energy. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoming. Can I achieve an immortal body by absorbing this chaotic energy? Xiaoming nodded. Yes, but it's too little. In fact, this primal chaos force was even more helpful to powerhouses at the 6th level of the cosmic heart realm. If they absorbed this primal chaos force, they would have a high chance of reaching the sacred heart realm. But after reaching the sacred heart realm, this primal chaos force wouldn't be as useful anymore. But there's no way around it. This star god vein is too rare. Only the previous sect master had one. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The profound firmament sect has one? Xiaoming nodded. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He glanced at it. There was indeed a star god vein in the storage ring. However, this star god vein was about to dry up. It was about to be sucked dry. Yi Xian was speechless. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian looked at Xiaoming. Where did he get this star god vein? Xiaoming shook his head. I don't know the details. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Has this profound firmament sect ever left this place? Xiaoming nodded. Yes. 1,000 years ago, Sect Master Profound Firmament Sect left the chaotic world. I don't know where he went. Anyway, when he came back, he was already at the immortal body realm. However, since then he has never left. Yi Xian said softly. In that case, This Xuansong sect master must have obtained some kind of opportunity outside. Xiaoming nodded. I think so. Yi Xian thought for a while, and then absorbed a part of the chaotic force into Xiao Ta's body. This chaotic force was of great help to Tu Chun and the others, as it could quickly improve their cultivation. With the addition of the chaotic force, Yi Xian found that Tu Chun and the others' aura skyrocketed. Of course, this was also because they had cultivated for a very, very long time. Glancing at Tu Chun and the others, Yi Xian's lips curled up. It wouldn't take long for Tu Chun and the others to reach the Sacred Heart Realm. 3 days. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on when he thought about going to the Sky-Burying God Realm in 3 days. Why did he have to deal with the aftermath when his sister caused trouble? Speechless. At this moment, a swordsman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and Xiaoming. The swordsman bowed slightly. Sect Master. The Deputy Pavilion Master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Ambassador South, is here. Ambassador South. Yi Xian frowned. What is this woman doing here? The sword cultivator hesitated for a moment before he said, Should we let her in? Yi Xian thought for a while and nodded. Let her in. The swordsman retreated. A moment later, Ambassador South came in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian. You've become the sect master of the Mystic Sword Immortal Sect? Yi Xian nodded. Ambassador South was silent. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Ambassador South, what's the matter? Ambassador South hesitated. Can I open the primal chaos world? Yi Xian shook his head. No. Ambassador South looked at Yi Xian. You can't be so selfish. Yi Xian suddenly slapped her. Pa! Ambassador South was sent flying by Yi Xian's slap. Yi Xian looked at the southern ambassador who was sent flying. Did I give you face? After writing for 6 years, I realized that no matter how fancy I am, as long as I don't explode monthly votes, that's just a dream. Reality is cruel. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.